Marcus stared out the office window, mechanically clutching an old plastic pen in his hands. The weekend is ahead, and, as usual, his friends have already come up with a plan for him. It has become a tradition to get out of the city, break away from the dullness of the metropolis, and spend a couple of days away from all the problems. This time they chose a place a few hours away from the city, camping near the forest, which they had previously only heard about from reviews. Leslie, Marcus's girlfriend, enthusiastically sent a photo of the lake and the campground to the general chat. "Look at this. Everything looks perfect here. Literally a heavenly place." Josh, their mutual friend, sent a short text in response. "Whoever is not with us is disgraced for life." Marcus chuckled. His friends were incredibly energetic people who always found a way to get him to agree. This time was no exception. After packing up the next day, the three of them left in a rented car. Leslie, who was sitting in the front seat, was holding a printed map in her hands. The internet was almost non-existent in those parts. Josh, at the wheel, chatted habitually, goading Marcus. "Well, how do you feel after leaving civilization? I'm sure your laptop already misses you." "Funny," Marcus replied, rolling his eyes. "I actually don't mind taking a break." The road was long and wound between hills and sparse villages. A few hours later, the friends noticed that they were the only ones on the road. Josh tried to lighten the mood with jokes, but as the sun began to set, the tension became palpable. "There's not much left on the map," Leslie said, peering at the road sign. "There should be an entrance to the parking lot after the next turn." But instead of seeing the camp, they found only an empty parking lot and a darkened forest. "Something's not right here," Marcus muttered, getting out of the car. The friends looked around, but there wasn't a soul around. There were only footprints on the ground. Several cans, scraps of newspapers and plastic bags, as if the camp had been abandoned in a hurry. "Maybe they left?" Leslie suggested. Josh chuckled, but his smile was nervous. "Probably. Or we just took a wrong turn." Deciding to look for another way, they went deeper into the forest. The light of the flashlights illuminated only the nearest bushes, and the silence of the forest seemed unusually dense, as if something was hiding behind every tree. A couple of minutes later, they found an abandoned house. "Someone definitely had to live here," Marcus said, pointing to an old sign pinned to the door. There was an inscription on it, "Property is protected." "Yeah, I wouldn't want to meet a security guard here," Josh grinned. Leslie tried the door handle. "It's locked." But something inside this place attracted them. While Josh was joking and photographing the strange drawings on the walls, Leslie found an old note in the corner. It was crumpled and stained with dirt. "Someone is watching us. Every night I hear their footsteps around the house. No one believes me. If you're reading this, then leave. You're in danger." Leslie showed the note to her friends. Josh chuckled. "It's just someone's stupid joke." But Marcus looked at the text with concern. "If that's true, we shouldn't linger here." They decided to return to the car, but when they left the house, they found that dusk was gathering, and the road they had come along had disappeared from view. Leslie took out her phone, but there was no signal. "We're just lost," Josh said, but his voice was shaking. Marcus stopped and turned back, sensing that someone was watching them. Marcus could feel the cold creeping under his jacket, even though the evening was still relatively warm. He turned around, but there was only a thick wall of trees behind him. "Are you okay?" Leslie asked, noticing his wary gaze. "Yes, it's just a strange feeling," he replied, trying to keep his voice calm. "Don't start," Josh said, already walking forward as if it didn't matter. Leslie took Marcus's hand, comforting him. They walked on, trying to find their way back to the car. The forest grew darker and darker, and soon flashlights became the only source of light. "Wait!" Josh suddenly stopped. He listened, raising his hand so that the others would also freeze. "What is it?" Leslie asked. "Footsteps," he whispered. Everyone froze. Indeed, somewhere nearby, the crunching of branches could be heard, as if someone was following them. "It's just an animal," Marcus whispered, but there was no confidence in his voice. Josh, without answering, took out his phone and turned on the camera to record a video. He pointed it at the forest behind him, but there was nothing in the lens except trees and sparse bushes. "No one," he said, lowering the phone. But a second later, something fell from the tree behind them. Leslie screamed, and Marcus quickly shone his flashlight there. There was only an old branch on the ground. "Nerves, guys," Josh grinned, but his face looked pale. They continued walking, but now no one was talking. Each of them was trying to figure out what was going on. Leslie held the phone in her hands, trying to catch at least a weak signal, but the screen kept showing the same thing: no network. A few minutes later, they came across a clearing. In the center was a wrecked van, its body covered in rust and dirt. There were old blankets on its roof, and some dark bags could be seen inside. "Do you think this is a camp?" Leslie asked. "It looks like it, but it's abandoned," Marcus replied, coming closer. Josh followed him. He opened the door of the van, which creaked pitifully. There was a mess inside: boxes, old maps, and what looked like clothes. But what attracted the most attention was a stain on the floor that looked like dried blood. "This is not a joke anymore," Marcus said softly, stepping back. Josh stared at the spot in silence, but suddenly noticed that one of the bags began to move. "What the hell is this?" he exhaled, retreating to his friends. Leslie screamed when a large rat got out of the bag. "Let's go!" she shouted, but Josh grabbed the phone again and started filming. "What are you doing?" Marcus tried to stop him. But then they heard the crackling of bushes behind the van. Someone was approaching. The footsteps were heavy, like a grown man's. "Hide quickly," Marcus whispered, and the three of them ducked behind the van. The footsteps stopped in front of the van. Through the cracks between the body of the car and the ground, Leslie could see black boots. The man stood motionless, as if searching for something. "Is someone there?" A low, hoarse voice rang out. The friends froze, trying not to breathe. The man came closer. Now it was clear that he was holding a large hunting knife in his hands. His clothes were dirty, and his face was indistinguishable in the darkness. "I know you're here," he said, and slammed the knife into the back of the van. Marcus squeezed Leslie's hand, gesturing for her not to move. The man began to walk around the van. "Run," Josh whispered and, without waiting for an agreement, ran into the woods. "Damn it!" Marcus cursed, rushing after him, dragging Leslie with him. The sounds of a chase rang out immediately. The man wasn't just following them. He was running, breaking bushes and branches. Leslie began to lag behind. Her breathing became ragged. "Leslie, come on!" Marcus shouted, grabbing her arm. They reached a stream, the water in which was cold and dark. Marcus stopped to look around. "Where's Josh?" Leslie asked. Marcus turned around, but his friend was nowhere to be found. "He ran away. Damn, he ran away." "We can't leave him." Leslie tried to turn back, but Marcus stopped her. "If we go back, they'll find us too." Voices were heard from behind. "It wasn't just one person. There are three of them, and one of them ran over there," someone said. Marcus realized that they hadn't just met the killer by chance. It was a group of people who, apparently, hunted them like game. "Leslie, listen to me." He took her by the shoulders. "We should split up. It gives you a better chance of survival." Leslie nodded silently, her eyes filled with horror. Marcus pointed her in the direction of the dense forest. "Run there, don't stop. I'll try to distract them." Leslie hesitated, but then turned around and ran. Marcus was left alone. He grabbed a large rock he found near the stream and threw it in the other direction, making a noise. There he is. There was a shout, and the two men rushed to where the stone hit the tree. Marcus ran in the opposite direction, trying not to leave any footprints behind him. Marcus held his breath and moved quickly forward. He tried not to make any noise, but every movement seemed to echo throughout the forest. His heart was pounding so loudly that it seemed to him that his pursuers could hear his pulse. After several minutes of intense running, he stopped behind a wide tree to catch his breath. After looking around, he tried to figure out if there was anyone nearby. There was a frightening silence all around. But the light caught his eye. Somewhere in the distance, a small light flickered. Marcus thought it might be a bonfire. Perhaps this is the place where these people gather. He decided to approach cautiously. The path was difficult. Branches crunched underfoot all the time, and thickets clung to clothes. He got close enough to see what was going on. There was indeed a bonfire burning in a small clearing. Two men were sitting next to him. Their faces were brightly illuminated by the fire. Both looked unkempt. One was shaven-headed with deep scars on his neck. The other wore a dirty hood that hid part of his face. "This guy is Sly," said the skinhead, taking a long knife out of his pocket. "He's running fast, but we'll find him." "They won't get far," the second man replied. "Our traps will stop them anyway." Marcus tensed. Traps? He looked down at his feet, afraid of stepping on something dangerous. The men continued their conversation. "Do you think the kid who ran first is ready?" the skinhead asked. "Most likely. A trap near the ravine won't let you down." Marcus felt a chill run down his spine. They were talking about Josh. He realized that he had to leave, but at that moment something heavy landed on his shoulder. Marcus froze, feeling someone's hand. "Where are you going?" A hoarse voice rang out from behind him. Marcus whirled around and elbowed the man, hitting him squarely in the stomach. The man groaned and released him. Marcus didn't hesitate to run, hearing screams and the crackling of bushes behind him. "He's here. Catch him." He dodged through the trees, trying to get them out of the way. At some point, he heard a click under his feet, and his heart sank into his heels. A trap has been triggered. A sharp blow to his legs caused him to fall. He realized that he had caught on a wire strung between the trees. As soon as he got up, he saw a shaven-headed man emerge from the shadows. "End of the road, buddy," he grinned, approaching. Marcus frantically searched for something to defend himself with. His hand found a stone, and without hesitation, he threw it in the attacker's face. The skinhead screamed, clutching his eyes, and Marcus started running again. His leg hurt after the fall, but he couldn't stop. Now he was moving blindly, not knowing where he was running to. After a while, he heard a faint scream. "Leslie?" he whispered, slowing down. The scream was repeated, louder now. It was definitely her voice. Marcus, overcoming his fear, ran towards the sound. He got out into another clearing, where he saw Leslie. Her hands were tied and her mouth was taped shut. She was sitting on the ground, tied to a tree. Next to her was a man in dirty camouflage, who seemed to be looking for something in a backpack. Marcus crept up carefully from behind, trying not to attract attention. He picked up a thick stick from the ground, which was heavy enough to use as a weapon. When the man turned away, Marcus jumped up and hit him on the head with all his might. He fell without a sound. Marcus quickly ran up to Leslie and began to untie her hands. "Are you okay?" he whispered, tearing the tape from her mouth. "Yes, but they're everywhere," she replied in a trembling voice. "Josh." "I heard him screaming." "Where is he?" Marcus asked. "I don't know. They took him somewhere in that direction," she pointed north. Marcus helped her up. "We need to leave before they get back," he said, but deep down he knew he couldn't leave Josh. "We can't leave him," Leslie said firmly, guessing his thoughts. Marcus and Leslie, staying together, moved cautiously in the direction from where, according to Leslie, the killers could be. Marcus could feel cold sweat trickling down his back, and every movement seemed too loud. Leslie was breathing heavily, her face pale, but she held on to Marcus tightly, realizing that there was no other choice. After a few minutes of walking, they heard voices. Quiet, but clear. Leslie tensed and stopped, and Marcus motioned for her to stay where she was while he reconnoitered ahead. Hiding behind the trees, he saw an open area. It was an assassination camp. The firelight illuminated dirty tents, rough-hewn wooden structures, and metal cages. Yes, the cells. Something was moving in one of them. Two men were standing by the campfire, and Marcus had already seen their faces. The shaven-headed man, with his head bandaged after the collision, was furiously throwing firewood into the fire. There was another man standing next to him, the one in the hood. "We'll find him, and I'll personally cut him to pieces," the skinhead growled, clearly referring to Marcus. "Take it easy," the hooded one replied. His voice was cold and hoarse. "The main thing is, don't forget why we're here." As if I'd forgotten. "This place must remain ours. No one should come back to talk." Marcus felt a chill of dread sweep over him. These people were doing something much more terrible than just catching victims. He continued to watch until the skinhead abruptly turned around. What if this guy is already dead? The traps are old here, and that ravine. "Quiet." The hooded one interrupted him abruptly, nodding towards the cage. "Do you want everyone to hear?" Marcus noticed movement inside the cage. Human. Josh, probably. But before he could even think, another man approached the camp, dragging something behind him. It was a body. Marcus couldn't make out the face, but the clothes looked familiar. "This is what I found by the stream," he said, dropping the loot in front of the campfire. Leslie, who had quietly approached Marcus, squeezed his hand until it hurt. She recognized Josh's clothes. "Still breathing?" "What is it?" the skinhead asked, coming closer and bending over the body. "So far, yes," the man chuckled. "But not for long." Marcus and Leslie instinctively took a step back, but unfortunately, Leslie stepped on a dry branch, which crunched loudly under her foot. The voices in the camp stopped. All four assassins turned their heads towards the sound. "I think we have company," the skinhead said, grinning. Leslie froze, and Marcus realized that there was no point in hiding anymore. They started running, but there were screams and footsteps behind them. They were discovered. "Split up," the skinhead barked. "Round them up like rabbits." Marcus and Leslie tried to escape, but to their horror, they realized that they were running towards the ravine that the killers had mentioned. "Marcus!" Leslie shouted, pointing ahead. He looked and saw a stretched rope. They barely had time to stop. Footsteps could be heard behind her, and Leslie, without hesitation, climbed the nearest tree, motioning for Marcus to follow her. He hesitated, but followed her example. They had climbed high enough so that they would not be immediately noticed. Voices were heard from below. "Where are they?" the skinhead barked. "Somewhere nearby," the hooded one replied. "They couldn't have gone far." Marcus saw how the men began to search, pushing aside bushes and illuminating everything with lanterns. One of the lanterns suddenly illuminated the tree they were sitting on. Marcus felt his blood run cold. "Did you see that?" the skinhead asked, coming closer. "Where?" the other replied, shining the light on the tree. They stopped at the bottom, looking straight up. Marcus knew they'd been found. The men were standing under a tree, their flashlights picking out the branches that hid Marcus and Leslie. The shaven-headed man, grinning, pulled out a knife and began tapping it against his palm. "Well, will you get out yourself, or should I help you?" he shouted sarcastically. Marcus took a quick look around. They were high, but it was dangerous to jump down. One failed attempt and they would end up right in the hands of these people. Leslie squeezed his hand. She didn't say anything, but her gaze said, "What are we going to do?" At that moment, the other man, the one with the hood, pointed at the tree trunk. "They have nowhere to run. Wait here, I'll climb up." He slung the knife into his belt, confidently grabbed the lower branches and began to climb. Marcus, without hesitation, began frantically breaking one of the thick branches that could become a weapon. Leslie was doing the same thing. The man was rising fast, too fast. He was already at arm's length. "Do you think you can hide?" he said mockingly, grabbing another branch. But at that moment, Marcus hit him on the arm with an improvised baton with all his might. The man screamed, couldn't resist and fell down, hitting the ground with a thud. "Damn it!" the skinhead shouted. "You killed him, you son of a bitch!" But the hooded one wasn't dead. He groaned, rolling over onto his side with difficulty, but he couldn't get up. "Get them out!" The skinhead continued to yell, now beside himself with rage. The other two men started looking for ways to climb the tree. One of them found a long fallen branch and began to pick at the lower branches to knock down Marcus and Leslie. "Hurry up!" Leslie screamed, realizing that it wouldn't last long. Marcus looked around and noticed another tree growing nearby. His branches intersected with theirs, but you had to take a chance to jump over. "Leslie, follow me." "Stop it!" he shouted, grabbing a thick branch and pulling himself onto a nearby tree. Leslie froze, her legs shaking, but she realized they had no choice. Gritting her teeth, she jumped over after him. The men below screamed even louder, and the skinhead rushed to the hooded one to help him up. "Find them! They won't get far anyway." Marcus and Leslie, knowing that they would be found again, continued to climb from one tree to another until they were far enough away from their pursuers. They only stopped when they could only hear their own heavy breathing. But the respite did not last long. As they descended to the ground and began to move on, the figures appeared in front of them again. Two men blocked their way. The skinhead stepped forward, a creepy grin on his face. "And where are you going?" "What is it?" he asked, brandishing the knife. "Do you think you can leave?" Marcus felt Leslie squeeze his hand. There were assassins in front of them, and a dark forest with traps behind them. There was no way out. "Let her go," Marcus said, trying to keep his voice steady. "You need me, right?" The skinhead laughed, his eyes glittering with madness. "We have a rule, boy. No witnesses." With that, he rushed forward. Marcus barely had time to push Leslie aside before the skinhead lunged at him. He raised the baton he still held in his hands and hit the attacker's arm with all his might. The knife fell to the ground, but the skinhead didn't even seem to notice the blow. His raw strength and rage were stronger than his fear. One of his accomplices stood aside, as if enjoying the spectacle, but the other rushed after Leslie. She screamed, but Marcus, summoning the last of his strength, pushed the skinhead, causing him to stagger and rush to help. He crashed into the attacker as soon as he grabbed Leslie's arm, knocking him to the ground. Leslie wasted no time picking up a rock and slamming it into his head. He groaned and fell silent, but at the same time, the skinhead was back next to him. "You damn rats!" he growled, raising a rock to hit Marcus. But at that moment, a loud scream rang out. It was hooded, limping and leaning on a stick. He came out of the forest. "Stop. We need to save them for later. Can you hear me?" The skinhead, though angry, obeyed. He lowered the stone, breathing heavily, and spat at Marcus' feet. "You're only saved because he said so," he said. "Tie them up," the hooded one ordered hoarsely, approaching slowly. "We have time to play." Marcus and Leslie tried to resist, but the surviving killers were too strong. They were tied up, gagged with dirty rags, and began to drag them back to the camp. When they were back by the campfire, Marcus noticed that Josh's cage was empty. His body was now lying nearby, covered in mud. "Now we have a new toy," said the hooded one, pushing Marcus towards one of the cages. "And you," he looked at Leslie, "will stay outside. I think we'll have something to do." Marcus screamed and tried to escape, but he was chained in a cage like an animal. Leslie sobbed, but the killers only laughed at her despair. "This place will be your grave," the hooded one whispered before stepping out of the fire-lit circle. And then Marcus understood. They have fallen into a trap from which there will be no escape. The night dragged on endlessly. Marcus was sitting on the cold ground of the cage, hugging his knees. His body ached with fatigue and pain, but his mind remained sharp. He saw the killers talking around a campfire nearby, as if nothing had happened. Their laughter was deafening in the dead silence of the forest. Leslie was sitting tied up next to one of the tents. Her eyes were empty, but sometimes she cast fleeting glances at Marcus, as if looking for a drop of hope. The assassins seemed to be enjoying this moment. The skinhead was the main instigator. He was telling something with animated gestures, as if he was developing a new torture plan. "You know they're going to kill us, right?" Leslie suddenly whispered when the killers were silent for a second. Marcus looked at her. Her face was pale and her lips were trembling. "I won't let them do that," he replied softly. She could barely hold back her tears. "We're in a cage. We're connected. There are more of them." Marcus didn't say anything. He kept thinking about what he could do. Time dragged on, and finally, one of the killers got up and walked towards the cage. It was a hooded one. He stopped, leaned against the metal bars, and smiled. "Tell me, kid, this isn't the first time you've been in this situation, is it?" He leaned closer. "You don't look like someone who's facing death for the first time." Marcus didn't answer. "Well, as you wish," the hooded one grinned. "But I'll tell you what, I like you. You have a fighting spirit, but the spirit is not what saves." He walked away, leaving Marcus with his thoughts. A few hours later, when all but one of the killers had fallen asleep, Marcus noticed that the ropes on Leslie's arms had loosened slightly. She was probably rubbing them imperceptibly on the rocks that lay nearby. He motioned for her to continue. When she finally managed to free her hands, she carefully began to untie her legs. Then, taking advantage of the moment when the keeper turned away, Leslie got close to Marcus' cage. "We have a chance," she whispered. "I found the knife." "Be quiet," Marcus warned, fearing that they would be noticed. But suddenly, a gruff voice cut through the silence. "Hey!" The watchman turned around. "What are you doing there?" Leslie barely had time to grab the knife and hide it behind her back. "Get back to your seat." "Stop it," he barked, getting up and walking towards her. Leslie took a step back, but suddenly jumped forward and plunged the knife right into his stomach. The man let out a hoarse cry, fell to his knees and lay still. The noise woke the others. "What the—" The skinhead jumped up from his seat, grabbing for a knife. Marcus, freed with Leslie's help, jumped out of the cage. They ran. There were screams behind them, but the forest was once again becoming their ally as well as their enemy. They ran without thinking about the direction until the sound of footsteps and screams began to fade. But at some point, Marcus stopped. "What happened?" Leslie asked, startled. Marcus pointed ahead. Before them, as before, stretched endless trees. But now they realized that they were running in circles. And from somewhere in the darkness, a familiar laugh rang out. "Did you really think you could escape?" The hooded one stepped out of the shadows, followed by the skinhead and another assassin. Marcus and Leslie were surrounded. In the gloomy silence of the night highway, the car's headlights cut through the thick fog like a knife through dense fabric. Sarah held the steering wheel tighter than usual, her hands trembling slightly from fatigue. She only had 30 miles to drive to the nearest motel, where she planned to spend the night, but the time dragged on for an excruciatingly long time. The road seemed endless. There were no streetlights outside, just empty fields and dark silhouettes of forests. The radio suddenly began to hiss, losing its signal. "Damn," she muttered, turning off the radio. And at the same moment, the car jerked forward, and then stalled, as if the life had suddenly been drained from it. Sarah tried to start the engine again, but he just coughed plaintively. The silence around them became deafening. She picked up the phone, but then realized that she had no signal. Panic began to rise in waves. Sarah got out of the car, trying to calm herself down. "It's just a simple breakdown," she thought. She didn't notice anything strange under the hood, but she didn't know much about it. Faint lights in the distance caught her attention. A house? Is there a phone in there? The road to the lights was long and strangely quiet. Sarah could clearly hear her footsteps on the gravel, and then there was a rustle behind her. She turned around, but saw nothing but fog. Her heart sped up, but she continued on her way. The closer she got to the lights, the more they looked like candlelight. Soon, a view opened up in front of her, an old gas station with a time-worn store. The windows were dirty, and the lights inside were flickering. "Hey, is anyone there?" Sarah called, coming closer. Silence answered her. The door of the store was ajar, and a light draft was moving it back and forth. She took a step inside. The floors were covered with a layer of dust, as if no one had entered in years. The shelves with the goods were empty, but on one of them there was an ancient cash register, as if someone had recently used it. There was a hastily written note on the counter. "Don't stop. Don't look back. They're always watching." Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. Suddenly, she heard the sound of tires screeching outside. She ran outside and saw that her car, left on the side of the road, was slowly rolling towards the road. "How?" she whispered, rushing to run. But when she reached the place where she had left the car, it was gone. There were only tire tracks on the asphalt, as if the car had driven off on its own in an unknown direction. Sarah looked back towards the gas station and saw that the lights were on again, even though everything had gone out a few seconds ago. There was something new written on the glass. "You shouldn't have gotten out of the car." Sarah's breathing hitched. She wanted to scream, but something held her back. She heard soft laughter coming from the depths of the forest surrounding the road. Now she knew she wasn't alone. "Don't stop. Don't look back," she reminded herself, taking off and running away from the gas station. All she knew was that staying here meant death. Sarah ran as fast as she could. The fog was getting thicker by the second, and she had to strain her eyes to stay on the road. Her heart was pounding as if it wanted to burst out of her chest, but fear was driving her faster than fatigue could make her stop. There was a sound behind him. Heavy footsteps, fast, clear. Someone was following her. She didn't dare look back, remembering the ominous words on the note. "Don't stop. Don't look back." But where to run to? Without a car, without communication, in the middle of a deserted highway surrounded by forest, she was in full view. The fog was thickening, but it didn't hide her. She felt someone's eyes burning into her back. Soon, Sarah saw a dark silhouette ahead. He was standing right in the middle of the road, motionless like a statue. She froze. The figure didn't move, but there was something unnaturally strange about it. There was an object in the man's hands, like a metal rod or a crowbar. Sarah tried to make out his face, but the fog hid the details. "Hey, who are you? I need help." "Stop it," she shouted, taking an unsteady step forward. The silhouette was silent, and suddenly there was distant laughter, but not from him. Laughter echoed from all sides, as if someone was mocking her attempts to find salvation. The figure stepped forward, and Sarah noticed that he was wearing dirty, blood-stained clothes. She stepped back, but then she heard rustling behind her. She didn't dare look back, afraid that it would turn out to be a trap. "Don't come any closer." "Stop it," she shouted, trying to give her voice the confidence she no longer had. The man stopped and then abruptly raised his hand and pointed somewhere to the left. Sarah didn't understand the gesture, but there was only one thought in her head: to run. She rushed over the side of the road towards the forest, not understanding the road. Branches whipped at her face, her clothes clung to the bushes, but she continued to rush forward. Soon she came to a small clearing where an old, abandoned house stood. The front door was torn off its hinges, and the windows were boarded up. Sarah didn't know which was worse, staying outside or going inside. But there was another sound of footsteps behind them. She ran into the house without hesitation. It smelled damp and rotten inside. The floors creaked underfoot, and the walls were pocked with deep scratches, as if someone had clawed them out from the inside. Dirty knives lay on the kitchen table, and there was a puddle of dark, already dried liquid in the corner. There was a board with crooked inscriptions on the wall. She came closer and saw the list. Her name was the first. There were dozens more names under it, some crossed out in blood-red paint. She barely had time to realize what was happening when she heard something heavy hit the floor behind her. Sarah slowly turned around. There was a man standing in the doorway. It was the same silhouette, but now his face was illuminated by the moon. A wide, lopsided grin stretched across his dirty face. He was holding a crowbar in his hands. "I found it," he muttered, his voice rough, as if he hadn't spoken in years. Sarah rushed upstairs, realizing that she was just delaying the inevitable. There were several rooms on the second floor. All of them looked equally ruined. She ran into the nearest one, locked the door, and pressed her back against it to hold it. Footsteps sounded below. They were heavy, hollow, like hammer blows. The man walked slowly, delighting in prolonging the moment. Sarah covered her mouth with her hand, trying to breathe more quietly. Suddenly, she noticed another door in the room, a small closet. She froze, hesitating, but the sound of footsteps grew closer. With trembling hands, she opened the closet and climbed inside, closing the door behind her. From there, she could see a man enter the room. He stopped in the middle of the room, looking around. His heavy breathing filled the air. Sarah tried not to breathe. He walked over to the bed, squatted down and looked under it. Then he slowly stood up. "Do you think you can hide?" he said hoarsely, coming closer to the closet. Sarah squeezed her eyes shut, bracing herself for the worst. The man stood at the cupboard, slowly bringing a crowbar to the door, as if preparing to rip it out with meat. Sarah felt panic tearing at her from the inside out. She couldn't hide anymore and decided to act while she was still alive. Looking around, she felt something heavy in the closet, a rusty pipe or a piece of metal. He reached for his pen. Sarah didn't think. She just hit with as much force as she was capable of. The crowbar fell from his hands, and he staggered back, cursing her with all his might. She rushed to the door, knocking him over with her shoulder, and ran downstairs, stumbling on every step. Sarah knew that there was no time. The man recovered quickly. She noticed the front door, but when she reached it, she found that it was propped up by a heavy cabinet. Sarah turned around. Her gaze fell on the open trapdoor in the floor leading to the basement. It was her only chance. She grabbed the crowbar that the man had dropped and ducked into the dark passage, closing the heavy lid behind her. The basement was damp and smelled of mold. But the worst part was that the light from her phone picked out creepy details from the darkness. Rusty hooks suspended from chains, bloodstains on the floor, and old plastic containers covered with lids. Sarah walked slowly over to one of the containers, hoping it was just tools or trash. But when she opened it, she almost threw up. Inside was a dismembered body part. Bandages, bottles with some unknown liquids, and used syringes were lying nearby. She was horrified, but she realized that this place was not just a killer's lair. It was a kind of makeshift laboratory. She noticed several more containers that contained chemicals. The labels on the bottles were not familiar to her, but the strong smell made her dizzy. Suddenly, there was a crash from above as the manhole cover opened. "You think you're going to hide from me in my basement?" A man's voice rang out. Sarah rushed into the depths, grabbing everything that came to hand: iron cans, pieces of wood, bottles. She found an old vent and tried to open it, but the grill was bolted shut. The footsteps were getting closer. The man walked slowly down the stairs, humming a strange tune to himself. "You're not the first. But I promise, you will be the most memorable," he said, laughing out loud. Sarah threw one of the bottles in his direction, aiming at his head. The bottle smashed against the wall, and the man instantly disappeared in a cloud of chemical smoke. He coughed, clutching his face. She rushed to the ventilation grate and, using all her strength, was able to tear it off. The narrow tunnel left her no choice. Sarah squeezed into him, crawling forward. But when she got to the exit, she realized that her nightmare wasn't over yet. There was another exit to the forest behind the ventilation system, but there was a huge truck parked here. Its back doors were open, and inside she saw cages, chains, and strange tools. There were bodies in the corner, several dead people. She heard voices in the distance. It wasn't just one person. Sarah froze, her heart pounding, and her thoughts were confused. She looked at the cages, at the bodies in the corner, and realized that she had become a part of something much more than just a victim of this maniac. She was at the epicenter of a horrific conspiracy in which death traps and cruel experiments had become the norm. But this truck, this could be her last chance to get out. She had to act quickly. Going to the back doors, Sarah carefully peered around the corner. The voices were getting closer. Running her eyes over the truck, she noticed several old cash registers covered with rusty sheets of metal and a bunch of tools that were probably used to keep the victims in line. In the midst of all this chaos, she noticed something else: a mobile camera that looked like the result of a prepared plan. She was connected to some kind of long wires, which may have recorded information about her actions. Sarah felt her legs begin to give way. Everything seemed shaky, dangerous, and so unreliable. In a panic, she glanced at the cages. There was a woman lying in one of them, obviously dead. In another, a girl was sitting with her face in her hands. Her breathing was heavy, and her body was trembling. She was still alive, but her condition indicated that she had experienced something terrible. Sarah walked over to the cage and gently knocked on it, trying to get her attention. "Are you alive?" "What is it?" she whispered. The girl raised her head. Her eyes were full of fear and pain. She didn't say anything, just nodded, confirming that she was still alive, but there was something frightening in her gaze, complete despair, as if she had already lost all hope of salvation. Sarah felt herself losing strength, but she knew that if she didn't help this girl, she wouldn't be able to leave here alive. Sarah looked around, and noticing several iron bars that could be used to crack the lock of the cage, she got down to business. She had to act fast, otherwise she would become a part of this nightmare too. She used a crowbar and a pair of steel bars to move the lock, and finally the cage door opened. The girl got to her feet in a panic, but then her legs gave out and she almost fell. Sarah caught her, supporting her by the shoulders. "You need to come with me. We can get out," Sarah said, although she doubted they had a chance. The girl nodded with difficulty and followed her. They made their way through the truck, running around various objects, trying not to attract attention. However, the sound of their footsteps when they reached the door itself did not go unnoticed. Suddenly, a sharp sound came from the darkness. "Who's there?" She heard a voice familiar from the fears she had endured. It was a man. Sarah tried to pull the girl, but she suddenly froze, staring into the darkness. She clutched her hand and whispered, I can't escape." The man appeared in the doorway. He was holding a shovel in his hands, and his face was contorted with an evil grin. His gaze darted between the girl and Sarah realized that he was determined now. He raised the shovel, and there was cruelty in his eyes. "You're not leaving me. This is where you belong. We'll make something beautiful out of you," he said, coming up step by step. Sarah quickly assessed the situation. There was no chance of them. The only way out is to stop him before he gets too close. Her heart was pounding, but her survival instinct took over. She forcefully kicked a steel beam that was standing nearby, and it shot up into the air, hitting the man squarely in the face. He staggered back, crying out in pain, but it was enough for Sarah and the girl to slip out the window and out into the woods. The darkness enveloped them, but they ran without stopping until they fell into the thick bushes, hiding in the shadows. In the dark, Sarah couldn't figure out where they were. The only thing she knew was that they weren't safe. Sarah and the girl continued to run through the forest, trying not to make unnecessary noises. They made their way through the dark undergrowth, their breathing harsh and their hearts pounding with fear. Sarah's mind was still filled with the horror of what they had just gone through, but she tried not to think about it, trying to focus on surviving. The girl she had saved was walking beside her, supporting her, but there was no joy on her face, only fatigue and fear. But after a while, when they began to feel that they had moved away from danger a little, the darkness around them became less threatening. The forest became a little quieter, and somewhere in the distance you could hear the murmur of a stream. Sarah slowed her pace and looked back at her companion, noticing that her face had become a little softer, although there was still a trace of fear in her eyes. "Are you okay?" Sarah asked softly, looking around. The girl looked at her gratefully and narrowed her eyes a little, as if not quite believing that they really got out. She nodded and replied, "Yes, it's simple. I can't believe we're here. We're alive." Sarah smiled faintly, feeling her tension go away a little. She reached out her hand, trying to support the girl, and at that moment their eyes met. For Sarah, it was like the first moment of calmness all night. Something jumped in her chest. It was a strange feeling, as if they had found each other in this abyss of horrors. She didn't know what would happen next, but at that moment, she felt like some kind of bond was forming between them. "We survived," Sarah said, trying not to think about the fact that they were still not safe. "But we need to find shelter. The forest is big, and we can't stay here." The girl nodded, but her gaze became a little thoughtful. It seems that she was also surprised that, despite all the horrors, they did not feel despair, but on the contrary, somehow became closer to each other. They found a small clearing where they could rest and decided to stop. Sarah built a small fire using the branches left over from the collapsed trees. The flames lit up with a dim light, and a warm but still unsettling atmosphere appeared around them. The girl was sitting opposite, her face illuminated by the soft light of the fire. She stared into the fire as if trying to forget herself. "Thank you for saving me," she said softly. I do not know what would have happened to me if you had not come." Sarah sighed and looked at her. The girl's words touched her, and she felt her heart soften a little. There had been many difficult moments in her life, but none of them seemed as important as this one. It was about helping someone, becoming someone's support. "We couldn't leave you there." "I couldn't leave you," Sarah replied, and then paused. "Do you want to tell me how you got here?" The girl did not immediately respond, but her gaze became deeper and more hazy. "My name was Lena. I worked at a local hospital. One day this man came to work, and I had to examine him. At first, I didn't notice anything suspicious, but then he started appearing more often. I was scared at first, but I couldn't do anything, and then I ended up here. He kept me locked up, and it was so hard to even think about running away." Lena fell silent. Her gaze became clouded, as if she was reliving these moments. Sarah could feel her pain and fear. She had also been through a lot in her life, but this nightmare was different. Here in the forest, they were more vulnerable than ever. Suddenly, Something broke their brief moment of calm. Lena froze, listening, and Sarah instantly felt a shiver run through her skin. Somewhere in the distance, a strange sound was heard. It wasn't a step, it wasn't the sound of the wind. It was something harsh, unnatural. Sarah and Lena turned in the direction of the noise at the same time. The fire crackled, but there was silence again. Then they heard footsteps, not just footsteps, but heavy ones, sure that someone knew they were here. Sarah clutched onto a rock that was lying by the campfire, ready to defend herself and Lena. That's the man. He was close. Do you think you've run away? His voice came from the shadows. I'll always find you. You haven't figured out what the mistake is yet, Sarah. The voice they heard from the shadows was hoarse, as if from the mouth of a man who had long since lost the remnants of humanity. He sounded confident and ominous. When Sarah and Lena turned, the shadow gradually became clearer, and a moment later, the same man appeared out of the darkness. He stood almost motionless, with a pistol in his hands and a human head in his other hand. She hung like a mutilated trophy, dead eyes staring lifelessly in their direction. Sarah felt her blood freeze in her veins. At first, she couldn't believe what she saw. The head was crucified in parts, and her face was distorted, as if it had become a part of this terrible world. Sarah and Lena looked at this scene in horror, realizing that the man was not just a maniac, but some kind of evil incarnation that they would not be able to stop. The man laughed softly, and his laughter echoed in the silence of the night. He took a step forward, the gun pointed straight at them. You thought I wouldn't find you, he said, looking at Sarah. You can't run away from me. We've been playing cat and mouse for a long time, and I've almost finished my game. Sarah clenched her fists, trying to control the panic that was starting to burst inside her again. She looked around, her mind desperately searching for a way out. Lena was in such a state that she could barely stand on her feet. There was no hope or will to live in her eyes. She looked at this nightmarish scene as the inevitable end. The man took another step, getting closer to them. He seemed confident, as if he was the hunter and they were his victims. You don't understand, he continued, slowly approaching. I knew you'd resist. But this only adds to the intrigue. Do you see how I'm changing? How will your death become more painful each time? Sarah felt her palm slide over the stone she was holding. Her heart was beating so hard in her chest that she could hear it even in her ears. She took a step back, hiding behind Lena. Her fingers tightened on the cold handle. There was no time, no choice. The man stopped, his gaze cold and sharp like a knife blade. I've always been there for you, he said, smiling ominously. But you've been trying to escape for too long. The time has come. Sarah looked around in desperation, and suddenly noticed several stones scattered near the campfire. One of them was quite large. Without hesitation, she grabbed it and, with a scream, threw it at the man, trying to distract him at least for a moment. A stone hit him on the chest, and he staggered back, losing his balance. The gun tore out of his hands, and while he was trying to get it back into his fingers, Sarah grabbed Lena's arm and yanked her towards the woods. They didn't turn around, they just ran, feeling like every step they took could be their last. The firelight was left behind, disappearing into the shadows. The sound of his laughter did not subside in their ears, getting closer and closer. But fear wouldn't let them stop. Sarah and Lena were running, their own pulse was thundering in their ears, as if each heartbeat was stronger than the previous one, and with each step their legs became heavier. Lena could barely keep up with Sarah, stumbling over roots and rocks, but she didn't dare slow down. She couldn't afford to think about what was going on around her. The only thought that remained in her mind was to survive. The darkness swallowed them up, and the light from the campfire gradually disappeared, leaving them in a complete abyss. The stars in the sky barely broke through the clouds, and the rustling in the forest only increased the feeling that they were not alone. They were running, not knowing where, only striving to move on from the horror that they had just experienced. And suddenly, a figure appeared ahead. Sarah froze in her tracks, and fear was reflected in her eyes. But it wasn't the shadow of a murderer. It was a man. She couldn't make out who he was, but he was standing in the semi-darkness, and his figure was too big to be a friend. Lena clung to her hand, squeezing it so hard that Sarah felt pain, but she didn't dare pull it away. "Hey, you!" a voice called. He was hoarse and tired, but there was no threat in him. "What are you doing here?" Sarah still couldn't answer, afraid that this stranger might be a trap. However, Lena, becoming more helpless by the moment, said almost in a whisper, "Help me, please." The man took a step towards them and stopped, spreading his arms, as if to show that he was not going to cause harm. "I saw you running. You need shelter. Follow me quickly." Sarah hesitated. Someone else's voice, especially in this situation, could be dangerous. But she knew they had no choice. The killer could be nearby, and if they didn't hide, they'd be caught. So, despite all her doubts, she made up her mind. "Come on. But if you betray us..." Her voice trailed off, but the stranger just nodded. They followed him through the forest, feeling his confident footsteps. Everything was quiet except for their breathing and footsteps on the forest floor. Finally, they came to a small hut, barely visible in the dark. The wooden door was ajar, and the man invited them inside. "Quickly, come in," he said, looking around. They entered, and the door slammed shut behind them with a thud. Sarah and Lena looked around. It was a strange place. There were old blankets on the floor, and in the corner there was a metal stove that barely drew heat. There was a smell of dampness and something rotting in the air. "Sit down," the man said, pointing to a chair. "You need to take a break." They sat down. Lena was pale, her lips were trembling with fear, and her eyes were full of tears. Sarah tried to collect her thoughts. This person could be anyone, a hunter, a refugee, or even another victim. But he had clearly helped them, and that meant something. "Why did you save us?" Sarah finally asked. The man sitting opposite paused for a moment before answering. "I've been in this forest for many years too. This man, he's not the first one I've seen. And it won't be the last one if you don't stop it. But I can't do it alone." Sarah felt a cold sweat break out on her forehead. This man, did that mean the man knew their stalker? "We have to get out of here," Lena whispered, clenching her hands into fists. "You're right," the stranger replied. "But to escape, we need to know where he is first. And he won't back down so easily." Sarah looked at him in the dark. His face was hidden in the semi-darkness, but she sensed that his words were not just a warning. He knew it wasn't just a wild game with a stalker. It was more than that, and they were all caught up in an unimaginable nightmare. Suddenly, a familiar sound was heard in the forest, thudding footsteps. The man stood up, taking a quick glance out the window. He darted to the door. When the Cooper family first saw the house, they thought they were lucky. The spacious two-story cottage with a well-kept courtyard and large windows overlooking the green forest seemed like an ideal place to start a new life. Thomas, the father of the family, was delighted with the garage, where he planned to set up a workshop. Laura, his wife, immediately noticed the cozy kitchen with a large table where the whole family could gather. Their son Michael liked the backyard, where he already imagined how he would play with the dog. The family had long dreamed of moving from a bustling city to a quiet suburb, and this place looked like the embodiment of their dreams. The neighbors greeted them warmly. The day after we moved in, Mary and John Rivers, a middle-aged couple living in the house across the street, appeared on the doorstep. They brought a pie and offered to help with unloading things. "You've chosen a wonderful neighborhood," Mary said with a smile that questioned her sincerity. Laura noticed that the woman was slightly lowering her voice, as if she was afraid of being overheard. Over time, other neighbors began to visit them. Mrs. Howard, an elderly lady who always looked out of her window and knew everything about everyone. The Carter family, a friendly couple with 2 children. Mr. Hendricks, a taciturn man who lived across the street and rarely left the house. However, from the very beginning, something was bothering Laura in her new home. She felt like she was being watched. At any time of the day or night, as soon as she looked out the window, she caught movement in the direction of the neighboring houses. The people she saw from afar seemed to avoid her gaze. "Get used to it, honey, it's just a new environment," Thomas urged her, but she couldn't calm down. A month after the move, the Coopers began to notice oddities. One night, Thomas heard someone moving boxes on the porch, even though it was quiet outside. He went out to check, but found nothing. The surveillance camera installed in front of the entrance showed only a darkened spot on the recording, moving too fast to be seen. Laura saw Mrs. Howard standing motionless at the window of her house more and more often, and it began to frighten her. Every time Laura looked at her, it seemed as if she was studying her with her eyes. Mary River, who used to come often, suddenly stopped coming in. If Laura saw her on the street and tried to talk to her, she would find a reason to leave. One evening, Michael, returning with his bike, said that he had seen Mr. Hendricks burying something in his yard. "Mom, it looked weird." He kept looking back, the boy shared. Thomas laughed at this, saying that the neighbor might just have been planting flowers. But the culmination was the incident on Friday evening. Laura heard a knock on the door, even though it was already late. When she opened it, there was no one there except an envelope lying on the threshold. Inside was a note written in uneven handwriting. "Get out of here. It's not safe here. They're always watching." Laura showed the note to Thomas, but he thought it was someone's stupid joke. "The Carter kids must have been joking," he said, although Laura couldn't believe it. Every day the Coopers felt more and more pressure. One night, Laura looked through the window and saw John Rivers standing in front of their house. He just stood there in the dark, looking right at her. When she called Thomas to look too, the man had already left. But everything changed when they found the second note. She was lying right on the table in their kitchen. This time it said, "You're in danger. Don't trust anyone." Laura couldn't ignore what was happening anymore. She insisted that Thomas check the locks on the doors and windows. "Someone was in our house, Thomas," she screamed, clutching the note in her hand. He reluctantly agreed, although he tried to remain calm. But even he, accustomed to logical explanations, could not find the reasons why the note ended up inside the locked house. The next day, Thomas decided to install additional surveillance cameras around the house. "Now we'll find out exactly who's joking here," he said, although there was no longer any confidence in his voice. Cameras covered every spot: the porch, the backyard, even the bedroom windows. A few days later, a camera in the backyard recorded something strange. When Laura was reviewing the recording to make sure everything was in order, she noticed a figure standing at the back fence. It was a man in dark clothes, with a hood over his head. He stood motionless, as if looking at their house. Then he turned his head and slowly walked away into the forest. Thomas sent the recording to the police, but they were told that there was not enough information on the video to identify him. After this incident, Michael began to complain about night sounds. "Mom, someone is walking under my window. I heard footsteps last night," he said at breakfast. Thomas decided to put a camera on Michael's window to calm his son down. That night, Laura woke up to a strange sound. Her heart skipped a beat when she realized that the sound was coming from the kitchen. Thomas was next to her, fast asleep, and she didn't want to wake him up. Gathering her strength, she took a flashlight and went downstairs. Everything was in place in the kitchen, but there was another envelope in the corner of the table. Laura's hands trembled as she opened it. This time, the note was short but scary. "You're next." Laura called Thomas, and he immediately called the police. However, the officer who arrived, having examined the house, did not find anything suspicious. He took the note with him, saying that he would give it for analysis, although Laura felt that this would not give any results. The Coopers began to notice that the neighbors were behaving more and more strangely. Mary and John Rivers stopped saying hello. Mrs. Howard was no longer looking out of the window, but Laura could see her whispering to other neighbors outside her house. Michael said that the Carter children no longer want to play with him, although they used to seem friendly. And then the dog disappeared. One morning, Michael ran out to the backyard to feed his dog, but he was nowhere to be found. Thomas and Laura combed the entire area, even contacted the neighbors, but no one saw their pet. That was the last straw. "We have to get out of here," Laura said, looking at Thomas. "These people, they're hiding something. It's not safe here." Thomas was silent, but for the first time, he didn't argue. At night, as the family was getting ready to sleep, Laura heard the camera alarm go off in the backyard. She opened the app on her phone and saw that several people were standing in the frame at once. They were all wearing black clothes and hoods. They were standing at the fence, motionless, with their heads down. "Thomas!" Laura shouted, showing him the phone screen. He ran outside with a flashlight, but when he reached the courtyard, there was no one there. The next day, the family began to pack. But the neighbors seemed to understand everything. Mrs. Howard came to their house as Laura was taking out the boxes. "Don't leave," she said softly, almost pleading. "It won't help." Laura didn't know what to say. Her horror deepened when Mrs. Howard added, "They're watching you. And even if you leave, they will find you." At night, the day before the move, fear literally hung in the air. Laura decided to sleep in the same room with Michael to make sure he was okay. Thomas stayed in the bedroom, saying that he should at least get some rest before the morning ride. But sleep did not come to either Laura or Michael. She could hear him stirring in the bed, turning from side to side. "Mom, why are they looking at us?" Michael suddenly whispered, turning sharply to his mother. "Who are they?" Laura asked, feeling her body start to get cold. "People outside the window," he replied calmly, pointing to a window covered by a thick curtain. Laura immediately jumped out of bed and slowly walked over to the window. Her hands were shaking as she pulled back the edge of the curtain slightly. And then she saw them. Shadows. 3 figures were standing on the lawn, right in front of their house. They were closer than in the last camera footage. These people weren't hiding anymore. "Thomas!" Laura screamed with all her might. Thomas burst into the room a few seconds later, holding a kitchen knife in his hands. He ran to the window and also looked at the lawn. The figures stood motionless, as if waiting for something. "Call the police, quickly!" He threw to Laura, but before she could dial the number, the lights in the whole house went out. In the silence that followed, only the sound of breathing could be heard. Laura held Michael close, feeling the boy tremble. Thomas headed for the door, trying to find a flashlight. "Don't move too far," she begged, but he wouldn't listen. Suddenly, there was a loud knock in the house. Bam, bam, bam. Someone was banging on the front door with such force that the walls of the house were shaking. Thomas froze in the hallway, looking towards the entrance. "Who's there?" "Stop it," he shouted, but the only response was another series of blows. Bam, bam, bam. The knocking grew louder, and then there was another one in the kitchen, where the back door was. "We're surrounded," Laura gasped, panic-stricken. Thomas desperately rushed to the door to try to look through the peephole. Laura grabbed his hand, Don't. It's a trap. But Thomas came over anyway. He looked through the peephole and immediately recoiled. There are too many people, he said, his face turning white. At that moment, the glass on the kitchen door shattered. Laura screamed, and Thomas ran downstairs. He closed the bedroom door from the inside, leaving his wife and son terrified. "Thomas, don't leave us," screamed Laura, but he had already disappeared. She could hear his footsteps echoing below, and then the sound of a struggle. Michael began to cry, clutching his mother's hand tightly. "Mom, they're already here," he whispered, pointing at the door. Laura glanced at the crack under the door. Shadows. Someone was right on the other side. Laura squeezed Michael in her arms, trying to suppress the panic that was eating her up from the inside. The shadows under the door became clearer and clearer, like huge hands reaching out from the darkness to grab them. She could hear someone scratching on the walls outside. The sound was unnatural, almost mechanical, as if those who were behind the door did not understand what real flesh and skin were. With every passing moment, her heart was beating faster, her blood was pounding in her temples, and her breathing was getting heavy, as if the air in the room had compressed. Michael didn't stop crying. His hands were wet with sweat. Laura could feel her mind starting to lose control. She tried to speak, but the words stuck in her throat, and fear squeezed her insides like cold iron pincers. Suddenly, a new sound was heard. It was a knock, but not the same as before. It wasn't just a knock on the door. It was a knock right into her soul. Powerful and painful. She heard a familiar voice, Thomas's voice. "Laura, Laura, don't open the door." Laura screamed, trying to hear more. But it wasn't his voice. It was distorted, as if something dark had captured him, as if her husband was screaming from hell itself. Michael cried even louder, feeling the same way. Mom, what is this? What's wrong with him?" His voice was full of horror and helplessness. Laura couldn't answer. It took all her strength to stay sane. She couldn't understand why the knocking wouldn't stop. Everything seemed wrong, twisted. The look at Michael, his tear-stained eyes, everything looked distorted, like in some kind of nightmare from which there was no way out. She looked at the door and saw how the lock on it slowly began to twist. Not mechanically, but as if someone had turned it from the inside, and with each revolution the metal mechanism made a hoarse, rasping sound. Laura took a step back, but her legs wouldn't obey her, as if she were standing still. Too much was happening in those few seconds. Someone knocked again, but now the sound was different. It did not come from the door, but from the corner of the room. Laura turned around and screamed. There was a man standing in the corner. A black hooded figure that seemed to blend into the darkness, with no face or body. She was still like a human, but not a human. The space around her became dim, as if the light in the room was dimming, being absorbed by this creature. Laura couldn't look away, her body was paralyzed. Michael screamed again, but his scream died away, as if he had been swallowed up by the shadow itself. Laura stepped back and, not realizing what she was doing, retreated deeper into the room, unable to take her eyes off this terrible creature. "Thomas." Her voice was almost soundless now, and she realized she didn't believe he was still alive. Then the figure took a step forward. It was as if she had walked through space, like a shadow absorbing light. Laura felt her heart begin to slow down. The figure was approaching, but not a single sound accompanied its movement. And so, she stopped right at the door. Suddenly, there was another knock outside. But it wasn't a knock anymore. It was a sharp metallic screech. It was as if someone was trying to break down the door, forcing their way in. Laura froze, not understanding what was happening, but her eyes could no longer turn away from this figure. She was standing right in front of her. "Don't touch me." Her own voice startled her. There was no power in him. It was like a faint echo in an empty, shadowy world. The figure tilted its head slightly, as if analyzing it. Then, quite suddenly, she raised her hand. And Laura realized that it wasn't just a move. It was an invitation. And then, as if under the influence of some invisible force, she took a step forward. It was too late to realize that this step had led her neither to safety nor to salvation. The figure held out his hand, and Laura felt her mind begin to melt, like snow under the weight of a heavy shadow. At that moment, her soul was gripped by a horror so deep and frightening that she could no longer distinguish between reality and nightmare. Everything she had ever known about the world was gone. Her gaze froze in the void. And the next moment, she found herself in a place where there were no more walls, windows, or doors. Just an endless shadow that swallowed everything around. "You're next." Her mind was still repeating those words, but now they sounded like a final sentence. Laura gripped the door handle, her breathing coming in short gasps. She tried to control herself, but the fear building inside her left her with no chance of peace. Everything that was happening around seemed too strange, too ridiculous to be real. Every sound, from knocking on the door to footsteps on the stairs, echoed in her head. "Michael! Michael, can you hear me?" she whispered, trying to keep the panic out of her voice. But the boy was no longer responding. He was sitting on the bed, curled into a ball, his eyes wide open, as if he saw something that shouldn't be here. Laura shook his shoulder. "Michael, it's okay. It's okay." Her voice sounded hysterical, and she felt her own psyche begin to break under the weight of this nightmare. But suddenly the silence was broken by a new sound. It was strange, almost inhuman, sharp, like the rasp of iron on glass, as if something was collapsing in the very foundation of the house. Laura jumped up and pressed her hands to her ears, trying to muffle this terrible sound. But it was useless. He didn't disappear, nor did the sounds of footsteps, which now seemed more real. Laura's heart was pounding in her chest, and she couldn't figure out which of these things was real and which was a product of her own mind. It seems that her brain began to search for an explanation for all this madness, and at some point she realized that it was all too strange to be true. "This can't be real," she whispered, her voice low and shaky, as if she was trying to convince herself that what was happening just didn't make sense. She took Michael by the hand and began to look for a way out of the room, even though she knew that no door or wall would save them. But then something clicked in her mind, and everything around her began to change. The room in front of her blurred, the walls began to seem unstable, and the light in the hallway was dim and fragmented. Laura suddenly realized that she couldn't feel the floor under her feet or the stability in her body. It was as if she was hanging in the void. "It's a hallucination," she whispered, and her own words sounded strange in this world that was crumbling before her eyes. "It's all chemistry. It's just chemistry. We accepted something." Her mind exploded as she recalled the nighttime walks around the house, the strange smells they had smelled, and the unspeakable heaviness in the air that seemed to be accumulating every day. It was like a toxic atmosphere, like something that disrupts perception, fills every corner until you begin to doubt what you see and feel at all. Michael was too quiet, too still. Laura shuddered as she looked at him and noticed how his eyes had gone blank, as if he wasn't aware of what was going on around him. She reached out to him, but instead of feeling his warm skin, her fingers slid over the cold, empty surface. He disappeared. He just disappeared. And in its place, a void appeared, a gigantic void that swallowed up everything that was once familiar. Laura felt a sharp pain in her chest. She couldn't take this nightmare anymore. The pain was real. The hand clutching her throat was real. But this world, everything that was happening around it, was not reality. Laura took a step back and felt her own body losing control. "We're poisoned. We're all poisoned." Her thoughts were confused, and only one question sounded in her head. How did they end up here, in this place full of hallucinations and destroyed perceptions? When her eyes opened again, Laura found herself sitting in the kitchen. Everything was quiet. The floors didn't shake, and she didn't hear footsteps. But there was a strange heaviness in the air, as if she had just been snatched from a dream, and the rest was nothing more than a nightmarish memory. She looked at Michael, who was sitting next to her, and there was no fear in his eyes, no pain, just emptiness. And then she realized they really were poisoned. But it wasn't ordinary chemistry. It was more than that. The strange things that happened to them were just a side effect. The place they were in hid its danger much deeper than she could have imagined. "We're not getting out of here," Laura whispered to herself. Laura sat there, feeling her body begin to tremble with anxiety. It was as if the very atmosphere of the house was squeezing her, forcing her to be on edge. Everything looked normal. The kitchen was the same as always. But something was wrong. She could feel it on her skin. And when Michael suddenly jumped up, her heart almost stopped. "Michael, what are you?" He slid across the floor, lost his balance, and fell into the kitchen with a crash. Laura rushed to him, but as soon as she got closer, she froze. Michael's leg was at the wrong angle. That's the moment when you realize that a tragedy has occurred, but your mind refuses to accept it. "Michael!" she screamed, but her voice was overshadowed by the sound of a crunching bone. He was trying to get up, but then Laura saw a long and brutal fracture break out of his right leg, from the place where the bone should have been. The bone pierced through the skin, sticking out with a sharp edge. Michael's moan was like a sound that couldn't have been made by a human, almost animal, driven mad by pain. Laura grabbed his shoulder, trying to help, but when her hands touched his leg, she felt the bone cut her fingers, causing her to jump away. Everything was happening too fast, and there was no room for thoughts in my head. She just stared at his leg as the bone came out even more, bending and bleeding. "No, no way." Her voice pierced the silence. She tried to loosen his hip, but it didn't help. Michael was panicking, his eyes were widening, and his body was shaking. "What should I do?" Laura screamed, but all she got was a horrified look from her son. He couldn't speak, couldn't explain what was wrong with him. His breathing was heavy and ragged. She could feel his body starting to break out in a cold sweat. But that wasn't the scariest part. It wasn't just a horrific sight, the blood, the punctured skin, the pain squeezing her inside. No, the horror was that everything around her was starting to change. The walls began to pulse, as if the house had a life of its own. Every detail began to seem wrong, even scary. The air was blurry, like a hallucination, but she couldn't be sure anymore that it was all just chemistry. "Michael, hold on, I'll save you," she said, but her voice was empty. She didn't know how to get them out of here, how to save him. As if in response to her words, Michael's bone pierced through the skin with even more force, breaking everything in its path. She felt something hot burning her hands, and when she looked at his leg, she saw pieces of meat hanging from the wound, and the bone continued to grow, advancing through his flesh. Laura jumped up to him in a panic, trying to plug the wound with something, but it was too late. Blood flowed freely. She could feel cold sweat covering her body. Michael could barely stand on his feet. His eyes were full of fear. But it wasn't ordinary fear. It was something much deeper, something that threatened to consume them both. And Laura realized that no amount of help would save them from here. Everything they were going through was not an ordinary trauma. Laura looked at her son in despair, feeling the world crumble around her. She tried to find a way to help, but she realized that there was very little time. The blood continued to flow, and Michael's every breath became weaker. He couldn't stand anymore. His body was barely holding up. Next to them, somewhere in the shadows, she noticed a silhouette. Her heart skipped a beat, and her gaze immediately slid towards him. His face was hidden in shadow, but Laura knew it couldn't be accidental. He was approaching, and despite his appearance, there was something unnatural about his actions. It was as if he wasn't a part of this world. "You. What do you want?" Laura barely uttered the words, trying to gather her remaining courage. The man did not answer. His steps were slow and confident, but each step brought more fear. Laura felt her body refusing to move. She couldn't take her eyes off his hands, which were trapped by something metallic. Suddenly, he pulled out a pistol from his pocket. Laura didn't even have time to react. It all happened so fast. He pointed the gun directly at her, and she felt her heart thump harder. "Wait!" she shouted, but the man wasn't in the mood for conversation. The next moment, a shot rang out. With a loud sound, the bullet pierced through the air and pierced into the body of the man standing next to Michael. He fell to the floor, his scream drowned in silence as the last spark of life faded from his eyes. Laura remained standing, shocked. She couldn't understand what had happened. It was all so fast, so scary. Only fragments of thoughts were spinning in her head, giving her no peace. The man with the gun turned to her. There was no joy or anger on his face. Just a cold, emotionless emptiness. It was as if he was part of all this horror, part of something that had no explanation. He raised the weapon again, aiming it at Laura. But at that moment, something strange happened. She felt the space around her changing, as if reality itself was beginning to distort. It was as if she was just a ghost in this world. And the moment her fingers slid over the pistol grip, she felt someone else's power emptying her soul. The gun in her hand shuddered, and another shot followed. The man did not have time to understand what had happened. He collapsed to the floor, and blood filled his eyes. Laura stood over him, her hands trembling, and there were no thoughts or words in her head. She only knew one thing: they weren't supposed to be here. But now she was forced to take this step. She turned to Michael. His eyes were already empty, and like the man's, blood was pouring onto the floor. It was all a painful nightmare. Reality was disappearing, and she remained in this house, surrounded by death and chaos. Marcus White never believed in myths. As an anthropology teacher, he spent his whole life breaking legends into pieces, explaining them with scientific facts. He lived alone, taught at a local university, and conducted research on the effects of fear on culture. However, his life changed dramatically when he received an invitation to a private conference in a remote community located deep in the woods, on the territory of an old Indian reservation. The conference promised to be unique. Its theme was the social roots of supernatural myths, and the organizers claimed to have collected rare evidence that could shed light on the origins of skinwalker and vampire legends. Despite his skeptical attitude, Marcus couldn't pass up the chance to study the materials. The journey to the destination was long and exhausting. The old SUV provided by the organizers had difficulty overcoming steep ascents and rocky descents. Marcus noticed how the dense forest around him was gradually becoming darker and more ominous. The nature here looked wild and untouched, as if no one should have come here. In the late afternoon, he finally reached a small village with a dozen dilapidated houses located around the main square. Everything looked old-fashioned, as if time had stopped here. Marcus moved into an old hut provided by the organizers. The hut was clean, but there was something depressing about it. There were black and white photographs of locals with blank, staring eyes on the walls. The glass on the windows was covered with dirt, and there was a cupboard in the corner full of old books and notes. In one of the books he found a strange drawing, the figure of a man with long claws and animal eyes. Underneath the drawing were inscriptions in a language he did not recognize. On the second day, Marcus realized that the locals were behaving strangely. They avoided him, whispered behind his back, and locked their doors before sunset. The woman who brought him food never looked into his eyes and quickly left. The only friendly person was a man named Edgar, who happened to be the conference supervisor. Edgar explained to Marcus that the locals deeply believe in the legends of skinwalkers, people who supposedly can transform into animals, as well as about night hunters, whom he immediately associated with myths about vampires. "You won't find anything mystical here, Marcus," Edgar said with a smile. All these stories are just a reflection of people's fear of the unknown. Our task is to prove it. However, as Marcus immersed himself in his research, he began to notice things that were difficult to explain. One night, he woke up to strange noises outside the window. When he went to look, he saw a dark figure standing at the edge of the forest. The creature wasn't moving, but Marcus could have sworn it was staring right at him. The next morning, he found claw marks on his door. The locals attributed it to a wolf attack, but Marcus noticed how their voices were shaking. The atmosphere became more tense every day. One of the local men who worked at the conference disappeared, and was later found dead in the woods. There were deep bite-like wounds on his body. Edgar insisted that it was a wild animal attack, but some residents began to leave the village, claiming that the spirits had become restless. On the third day of the conference, Edgar decided to arrange a night expedition deep into the forest to show Marcus a place that the locals consider a forbidden zone. According to legend, animals in human form lived there, and none of the inhabitants dared to go there. Marcus took this as an opportunity to prove that all these stories are nothing more than a myth. The group consisted of 5 people: Marcus, Edgar, 2 assistants, and a guide. They went out late at night, armed with flashlights and cameras. The forest was dense and silent, as if it was watching them. After a couple of hours of walking, they reached a strange circle of stones. In the center were animal bones, arranged in a chaotic manner. "It's all fake," Edgar said confidently. "The locals do this to scare off strangers." But Marcus noticed something strange. One of the bones clearly did not belong to an animal. It was too big, with the characteristic structure of a human femur. His heart sank, but he didn't show it. Moving on, they found an old hut, half destroyed by time. There were strange symbols carved on the walls inside, resembling claw marks. One of the assistants decided to go up to the second floor to take everything on camera, but after a few minutes there was a deafening scream. Everyone rushed upstairs and saw him lying on the floor with a bloody leg. One of the steps collapsed, and his foot was literally pierced through by a piece of rotten wood. The screams intensified, and at that moment someone from the group noticed movement outside the window. A figure flashed by in the darkness, tall, with unnaturally long arms. Edgar ordered everyone to return immediately, but as soon as the group left the hut, the sounds of footsteps began to be heard around. Someone or something was following them. One of the assistants hesitated, trying to help the wounded man, but suddenly a figure burst out of the shadows. It was a man, but his eyes sparkled in the light of the lantern, and his movements were unrealistically fast. He lunged at the assistant, knocking him to the ground. The others ran away, leaving the unfortunate man. When the group finally reached the village, they were greeted by chaos. Several houses were on fire, and locals fled in panic. Edgar tried to organize everyone, but the residents claimed that the beasts were already inside the village. Marcus, trying to make sense of what was happening, noticed one of the local men standing outside the house with a knife in his hand. His face was covered in blood, and there were pieces of flesh on his clothes. As Marcus got closer, the man suddenly lunged at him, shouting something about how the curse has finally awakened. The car bounced on tree roots and potholes, the tires squealed pitifully on sharp turns, and the engine seemed on the verge of overheating. The forest was getting thicker, and even the headlights barely penetrated the dense curtain of branches and shrubs. There was a noise coming from behind. It was the same guardians who continued to chase them. Their figures flashed through the trees, as if they knew every turn and every path. "If they catch up with us, we're screwed," Edgar croaked, gripping the steering wheel while Marcus sat in the passenger seat, frantically checking his pockets for his phone. "There's no signal, damn it," he muttered. "Forget about the signal," Edgar shouted. "They're almost on our tail." A strong impact came from behind, and the car skidded. Looking back, Marcus saw one of the keepers jump onto the trunk. He had a rusty crowbar in his hands, which he was now using to smash the rear window. "Hold on," Edgar turned the steering wheel sharply, and the car skidded on a sharp turn. The man in the trunk took off and disappeared into the bushes screaming, but after a few seconds 2 more ran out onto the road. "There are too many of them," Marcus shouted. Edgar suddenly braked so abruptly that Marcus almost flew out of the seat. The car stopped at the destroyed bridge. The wood was rotten, and several boards were already hanging on one nail. "There's no way past that," Edgar muttered. Footsteps sounded from behind. Their pursuers walked slowly like predators, surrounding their prey. They moved confidently, knowing that their prey had nowhere to go. "What now?" Marcus looked back at Edgar, who looked like he was about to take the fight. "There is no time. We take our weapons and go over the bridge," Edgar said, taking out a single pistol with 3 cartridges from the glove compartment. "Are you crazy? This bridge will collapse as soon as we step on it. We have no choice." Marcus and Edgar got out of the car. Marcus picked up a tire iron lying at the foot of the car, and they moved towards the bridge. The Guardians were approaching, and their faces were already visible. There was no rage or fear in them, just cold confidence. When Edgar stepped onto the first board, it creaked threateningly, but it held. Marcus followed. A mocking voice rang out from behind them. "Do you think you can escape? No one leaves the village alive. Nobody." Edgar turned around and fired. The bullet hit one of the Guardians in the shoulder, but he only swayed without making a sound. "Come on, hurry up," shouted Marcus. They reached the middle of the bridge when there was a loud crash. One of the planks under Edgar's feet caved in, and he barely held on, clinging to the ropes. "Damn it! I'm stuck." Marcus ran over and grabbed his arm. From behind, the Guardians were already advancing on the bridge. They walked cautiously, but quickly shortened the distance. "Hold on, I'll get you out," shouted Marcus, exerting all his strength. A second, 2, and Edgar was on his feet again. But as soon as they took a couple more steps, the bridge finally cracked and collapsed. Everything happened in a split second. Marcus and Edgar managed to jump to the other side, while the Guardians fell through along with the bridge. Several bodies fell into the river, hiding under its stormy waters, but the rest began to climb over the debris back to shore. Edgar jumped to his feet and pulled Marcus after him. They raced through the forest without looking back until they finally came to an old highway. It was empty, as if abandoned. Only a few road signs indicated that cars had once passed through here. "We won't be able to get far on foot," Edgar said, breathing heavily. "Do you think they'll stop?" Marcus glanced at the dark wall of the forest from which the voices were coming. "No, they will never stop." Suddenly, a headlight appeared on the horizon. A car driving on the highway. Edgar ran out onto the road, waving his arms to stop her. "Hey, help! We need help!" The car slowed down, and a middle-aged woman appeared from the window. "What happened? Are you okay?" "There's no time to explain. Please just get us out of here," shouted Marcus. The woman looked around, noticing the wounds and dirt on their clothes. "Okay, sit down quickly." Marcus and Edgar jumped into the car, and it immediately took off. "What the hell is going on in there?" the woman asked, nervously looking in the rearview mirror. "There are people there. They kill anyone who happens to be an outsider in their village. They're like a sect," Edgar breathed out. "A sect? My God, what is this place?" "It doesn't matter. The main thing is to stay away from this forest," Marcus said, feeling the adrenaline gradually drain away, leaving only fatigue. But when he looked back, he noticed something that made his blood run cold. In the distance, among the trees, there were figures on the road. They just watched them go, as if they knew their victims would come back. The car bounced on tree roots and potholes, creaking under each impact. Edgar gritted his teeth and twisted the steering wheel to get the car away from the villagers, who seemed to know this forest like the back of their hand. Every moment seemed like an eternity. There is no signal, Marcus croaked, checking his phone again. His fingers were trembling. And we're finished if they catch up with us. Shut up and watch us get out of this shit, Edgar breathed. His face was wet with sweat, but his hands were steady on the steering wheel. There was a thud from behind, and the car shook. Edgar looked back through the rearview mirror and saw a shadow that jumped onto the roof of the car without understanding the road. A metallic screech sounded above their heads. "They're on the roof!" shouted Marcus, throwing up his head. "Hold on!" Edgar abruptly turned the steering wheel to the side. The car described a dangerous turn, and the shadow fell off, crashing heavily to the ground. They managed to drive a few more meters before the forest ended. The road ended abruptly at a cliff, where an old bridge hung on time-worn ropes. Marcus shouted, but it was too late. Edgar slammed on the brakes, and the car screeched to a stop inches from the edge. There was silence for a moment. Only the sound of their heavy breathing filled the air. "Damn it," Edgar whispered, looking at the bridge. "It's going to fall apart as soon as we step on it. What's next?" Marcus looked back anxiously. Figures began to flicker through the trees again. The pursuers were getting closer. This time there were more of them. Edgar got out of the car, abruptly pulling a pistol out of the glove compartment. "The plan is simple. Either we cross the bridge or we give up. There is no third option." Marcus looked up at the bridge. It looked like it would fall apart even under the weight of a bird. The ropes were rotten, and the planks were covered with moss. "Are you serious? That damn bridge will kill us faster than they will." "Well, then you can stay here and wait for them to get to you." Marcus realized that it was useless to argue. He grabbed a tire iron from the trunk and followed Edgar onto the bridge. The bridge creaked menacingly under their weight. Every step echoed, as if to remind them that this was a one-way journey. A loud voice rang out from behind. One of the pursuers stepped out of the shadows. His face was covered with cuts and blood, but he looked at them with cold confidence. "It's useless to run," he shouted. His voice sounded as if every sound came from the depths of hatred. "You won't get far anyway. No one is leaving." Edgar didn't answer. He fired. The bullet hit the man in the chest, and he staggered, but did not fall. Instead, he slowly continued walking towards the bridge. "Are they immortal?" Marcus muttered, starting to panic. "No, they're just damn stubborn," Edgar said through his teeth. They continued walking, but the bridge became more and more unreliable. One of the fasteners cracked, and the entire bridge tilted. Marcus slipped, but managed to grab onto the rope. "I can't stand it. This bridge is going to collapse." Edgar grabbed him by the arm and pulled him onto the boards with difficulty. There was a crash from behind. The pursuers began to cross the bridge. There were at least a dozen of them. They walked quickly and confidently, as if they knew that the bridge would support their weight. Edgar stopped and looked at the boards under his feet. "We can drop them." "Are you crazy? If the bridge collapses, we will fall too." "Then it's better to fall off the bridge than to get to them," Edgar replied shortly. He took out a knife and started cutting one of the ropes. "What are you doing?" "It's going to kill us." "If they catch up with us, it will be worse," Edgar snapped. The crackling grew louder. The pursuers were getting closer. Edgar cut the second rope, and half of the bridge began to fall apart. "Hold on," he shouted, grabbing onto the only rope that still held their side of the bridge. Suddenly, the bridge collapsed. Dozens of figures fell down, their screams echoing through the gorge. Marcus and Edgar were hanging from a rope that creaked menacingly, holding their weight. "Come on up." Edgar exerted all his strength and began to climb. Marcus followed him. By the time they reached the edge, their arms were covered in abrasions and their lungs were burning from lack of air. But that wasn't all. They stood on the other side of the cliff, thinking they had left the danger behind. But in the silence of the forest, a strange sound was heard. It was a heavy stomp. Marcus turned around. A figure slowly walked out of the dense darkness of the forest. One of the guardians survived. His face was covered in blood, but there was unyielding hatred in his eyes. "They won't stop," Edgar breathed. "What kind of place is this?" Marcus whispered, watching as the figure continued to walk towards them, no matter what. Edgar and Marcus stared at the approaching figure with a terrifying realization that their strength was running out. Everything they had done, all the sacrifices, seemed to be useless. The forest seemed unwilling to let them go, pulling them back into its thick and dangerous embrace. "Edgar," Marcus could barely speak, his voice weak and hoarse. "We're not getting out. This is the place. It broke us." Edgar looked at him, silently taking out the last cartridge from his pocket. He knew that there was no chance anymore. They couldn't have escaped. But he wasn't ready to just throw himself into the hands of these ruthless people or the creatures that hunted them. "I won't give up," Edgar said, his face hardening. He loaded the pistol, raised it, and pointed it at the approaching enemy. Marcus took a step back, his eyes filled with despair. "Do you really think this will make a difference?" They won't stop, Edgar." "It doesn't matter," he breathed. "If I fall, I'll fight." The figure was getting closer, its footsteps echoing in the silence. Edgar fired. The bullet pierced the air and landed right in the chest of the pursuer. He stopped, staggered, but he didn't fall. "What the hell?" whispered Edgar, retreating. But the figure didn't stop. She continued walking, ignoring the wound that was oozing blood. Suddenly, there was a rustle from behind. Edgar turned around abruptly and saw other figures starting to come out of the forest. They surrounded them slowly, methodically, like wolves chasing prey. Marcus grabbed Edgar's arm. "We're finished," he whispered, almost soundlessly. Edgar looked at the people around them, or what was left of them. Their faces were disfigured, their bodies covered with cuts and burns, but their eyes, those eyes were filled with cold, calculating hatred. "Let's run," Edgar gasped, grabbing Marcus by the arm. But it was too late. The figures charged at them with frightening speed. Edgar fought as hard as he could, but his strength was failing him. He felt hands grab his neck and shoulders, pushing him to the ground. The last thing he heard was Marcus screaming, full of pain and despair. Silence. A few hours later, it was all over. The forest became quiet again. No one else spoke, no one called for help. In the morning, an old farmer, driving his cart, found their car at the cliff. The bloody footprints on the bridge and in the woods indicated that something terrible had happened here. But there were no bodies. There was only one thing left lying on the ground. A note, crumpled and soaked in blood. There was one question written in it. "Why did you enter this forest?" The farmer looked at the note and then threw it back on the ground, not daring to take it with him. He didn't know what exactly had happened, but he decided that it was better for him to never enter this forest. And no one else saw either Edgar or Marcus. The forest continued to live its creepy life, hiding its secrets from the rest of the world. Every summer, a team of enthusiastic researchers went to abandoned or hard-to-reach places. They were interested in vanished communities, forgotten caves, and the legends that the locals passed down from generation to generation. This summer, they chose a special place, a dense, wild forest surrounded by mountains and almost unexplored due to its isolation. The group was led by Kevin, an experienced traveler for whom risk was an integral part of life. He was accompanied by Sarah, a biologist who was always eager to find rare plant or animal species, Martin, a documentary photographer who wanted to create material for his channel, and Rick, their new member, who was more of a thrill seeker than a professional. The idea for the trip came after Kevin read an article about the unusual legends of this region. Locals claimed that deep in the forests there were creatures that did not look like humans, but also not animals. They moved silently, leaving strange footprints, and sometimes they were seen on the edge of villages. "It's nonsense, but it sounds like the perfect topic for our new project," Kevin said when he suggested the route. Martin smiled. "Legends are always nonsense, but people like it. I'm sure the video will get millions of views." Sarah was more skeptical. "Legends are legends, but if this place is so dangerous, why do people still live there?" Rick, who was always looking for an opportunity to show off his bravery, interjected. "We just need to show these locals that we are not afraid." These words were the beginning of their most terrifying adventure. The first day of the journey passed quietly. They reached the village, which was located on the border of the forest. The residents greeted them coldly. The village elder, a gaunt man with a hoarse voice, listened to their plan, but clearly disapproved. "The forest doesn't tolerate strangers," he said. "If you go there, don't expect to come back." "But you live here yourself," Sarah pointed out. "We live on the edge, and you want to go inside. These are different things." Kevin thanked the elder and decided not to waste time on persuasion. "That's how they always react," he said when they were gone. "They are afraid of their own legends." The next day, the group went deeper into the forest. At first it was exciting. Tall trees, dense foliage, soft moss underfoot. Martin took pictures, Sarah collected samples of rare plants, and Rick, as always, tried to look the bravest. "Look," he said, stopping at a strange path. There were footprints on the ground that looked neither human nor animal. "Maybe a bear?" Sarah suggested, crouching down to take a closer look at them. "It doesn't look like it. It's too weird a shape," Kevin muttered. Rick grinned. Probably, someone decided to scare tourists. On the third night, the strangeness began. They stopped at a small camp by a stream. The night was dark, moonless, and the forest was deathly silent. This immediately alerted Sarah. "Where are all the sounds?" She whispered to Kevin. "Maybe it's just a lull." But the lull was too deep. Even the insects didn't make their usual buzzing. Soon they heard the first sound, a sharp one, as if someone had hit a tree hard with a stick. "What's that?" Martin asked cautiously. "An animal," Kevin replied. But Sarah shook her head. "Animals don't make such sounds." The next morning, they discovered that some of their supplies had disappeared. "Someone took the food last night," Rick said. "They're definitely not animals," Sarah added. "No footprints, nothing." "Or we didn't look around well," Kevin countered, but even he looked worried. The band decided to move on. But the deeper they went into the forest, the more they felt that they were being watched. "Someone's following us," Martin said when they stopped for a rest. "That's impossible," Kevin replied. "If there was someone, we would have noticed him." But the evidence was in front of everyone's eyes. They found tracks that seemed to end in nowhere, heard sounds, but could not identify their source. "This is starting to sound like a cheap horror movie scenario," Rick tried to joke, but his voice sounded uncertain. The fourth night was a nightmare. The group settled down for the night near a small hill. They lit a fire, trying to stick together. Towards midnight, a sound was heard, quiet, rhythmic, as if someone was walking around the camp. "It's definitely not the wind," Sarah whispered, clinging to Martin. Rick grabbed a flashlight and stood up. "Now I'll find out everything." He turned the light in the direction of the sound, but saw nothing but trees. "Hey, if you're here, show yourself." "Stop it," he shouted. There was no answer, but the footsteps had stopped. "You see? Nothing. It was just the wind." But Kevin and the others knew it wasn't the wind. The next morning, they found strange markings on the trees around their camp. Rough, knife-cut lines that meant nothing. "Someone's playing with us," Martin said softly. "We have to go back," Sarah said. But Kevin didn't agree. "If we leave, we won't know what this place is." These words divided the group. They began to argue, And although everyone understood the danger, Kevin insisted on continuing. "We're going. If someone wants to stay, it's your choice." By the evening of the 5th day, the group came across an abandoned village. The houses were destroyed, the roofs caved in, but the presence of people was still felt in the air. "Who lived here?" Sarah whispered. "It doesn't matter," Kevin replied. "The main thing is that we have found something unique." But the village turned out to be just the beginning of their real nightmare. When the group entered the abandoned village, the air became noticeably heavier. Every step echoed hollowly in the empty streets. The wooden houses looked old and rotten, but they looked as if they had been suddenly abandoned. Kevin was the first to look inside one of the houses. There were remnants of furniture and torn fabrics on the floor, but the strangest thing was that there was a table against the wall with sheets of paper scattered on it. "Is this a diary?" Sarah asked, coming closer. Kevin took one of the sheets and began to read. "They come at night. We can hear them knocking. I tried to keep an eye on them, but I couldn't figure out who it was. We decided to leave, but Mark was missing. He was never found." Martin, who was standing behind, asked, "Do you think it's about those sounds that we heard?" Kevin shrugged, but it was obvious that he was worried. "Maybe, but they're just stories." "Then why isn't there anyone else here?" Sarah objected. They examined several houses, but the situation was repeated. It looked as if people had left in a hurry, leaving most of their belongings. They found an old map in one of the houses. It showed the area around the village, and a dot labeled "Cave" was marked nearby. "This is what we need," Kevin said, showing the map to the others. "Do we really need this?" Rick asked sarcastically, "Did you see what happened to this village?" "We don't know what happened there. But we can find out. This is our chance to understand everything," Kevin insisted. Sarah tried to talk him out of it. "We've already gone too far. We're running out of water, food, and we don't know how to get out." "But the cave may be the key," he replied. "Maybe there's a way out, or at least some answers." After much debate, the group decided to continue on their way, although the tension between them became almost palpable. The trip to the cave took a whole day. As they went deeper into the forest, the trees grew taller and the sunlight barely penetrated through the dense canopy. Martin, who was walking behind, suddenly stopped. "Did you hear that?" The others froze. Somewhere ahead, there was a crackling of branches, as if someone or something was moving through a dense thicket. "Is it an animal?" Sarah whispered. "I don't think so," Rick replied quietly, clutching the knife in his hand. Kevin waved his hand, urging them to move on. "We're almost there. Let's not waste any time." But each of them was now looking over his shoulder, feeling like they were being chased. By evening, they reached the cave. Its entrance was narrow, like a crack in a rock, but it seemed much bigger inside. "Is this a camp?" Martin asked in surprise, shining his flashlight on the walls. There were indeed traces of recent human presence inside. Charred remains of a campfire, scattered blankets, metal cans. "Someone was here recently," Sarah said. "But where are they?" "Maybe they left like everyone else," Kevin replied. But there was something in his voice that said he didn't believe his own words. The group examined the cave. It went deep into the rock, and strange symbols were carved on the walls. They were not letters, but primitive signs, circles, intersecting lines, arrows pointing inside the cave. "Who did this?" Sarah asked. "Maybe they were the ones who lived in the village," Kevin suggested. But Rick objected. "It looks ancient. It's like it was here before the village." Suddenly, they heard a sound. It was the rhythmic pounding that had been haunting them from the beginning. But now it was coming from the depths of the cave. "I'm not going in there," Rick said at once. "No one's forcing you," Kevin snapped. "Are you crazy?" Sarah exclaimed. Do you really think there's anything useful there? If we don't find out what it is, we'll never understand what happened. Kevin headed deeper into the cave, despite the protests of the others. After a short pause, Martin and Sarah followed him. Rick stayed outside, saying he would be waiting at the entrance. The further they went, the stronger the sound became. The cave was expanding, and the light of their flashlights illuminated the high, damp walls. Soon they came across another camp. Everything was a mess here. Scattered things, overturned pots, torn tents. "This is bad," Sarah whispered. "Whoever was here, they left in a panic." Kevin examined one of the tents and found a note there. "We can't stay any longer. They are coming. They know we're here." His hand trembled. "We have to leave," Sarah said, fighting back tears. But Kevin didn't move. His gaze fell on another passage in the depths of the cave. They couldn't leave. They went there. "And you want to go after them? Are you serious?" Sarah screamed. "We're already here. We can't stop now." The knocking grew louder, and soon another sound was added to it, a rustle as if someone was moving stones. Suddenly, the light of Martin's flashlight illuminated something on the ground. It was a shoe. "Damn it! It's a human shoe," he whispered. There were footprints next to the shoe. They led deep into the cave. "No, we're not going there," Sarah said firmly. Kevin didn't seem to be listening. The group stood undecided. The sounds, growing louder by the moment, made their hearts beat faster. Sarah squeezed Kevin's shoulder, her voice trembling. "Do you really think there's something good waiting for us at the end of this passage?" Kevin didn't respond immediately. His eyes were glued to the footprints going deep into the cave. "If we leave now, we won't know anything." Martin, who had been silent the entire time, finally managed. "And if we go and disappear too? Are you willing to risk your lives for answers?" Kevin looked at him but didn't say anything. His stubbornness gradually turned into doubt. Suddenly, there was another sound. It was a loud, metallic sound. Everyone instinctively turned to the passage they had come from. "Rick!" Sarah exclaimed. Rick, who remained at the cave entrance, sat on a rock, trying not to give in to anxiety. He watched the forest, which seemed even more gloomy than before. Then he heard a faint crunching sound behind him. Turning his head, he saw a shadow flicker between the trees. "Kevin, Sarah," he called loudly, even though he knew that they had gone deeper. There was no response. He stood up, clutching the lantern tighter in his hand. "If this is someone's joke, it's not funny anymore," he muttered, starting to retreat to the cave. The shadow flashed again, but this time closer. "Hey, I can see you," Rick shouted, though his voice was shaking. He shone his flashlight, but saw no one. When he returned to the cave entrance, a sound from inside made him freeze. It was a loud bang, as if someone had forcefully closed the door. When Kevin, Sarah, and Martin ran back to the main hall, they were greeted only by emptiness. Rick was nowhere to be found. "Rick!" Kevin shouted, his voice echoing off the walls. There was no response. Could he have gone outside? Martin asked, but he didn't believe his own words. "His things are here," Sarah remarked, pointing to the flashlight and backpack left against the wall. No, we have to find him." "We can't just leave," Kevin said. "Do you think he went there?" Martin pointed to the passage where the sounds were coming from. Kevin hesitated, but gritted his teeth and nodded. "Then you're going alone," Sarah said sharply. "I will not sacrifice my life to play the hero. Do you think I want to do this?" Kevin snapped. "I just can't leave him." Sarah turned away, her eyes full of tears. She knew Kevin was right, but fear held her down. "All right, I'll go with you," Martin said suddenly. "But if we don't find him in 10 minutes, we're going back." Kevin and Martin began to move deeper into the cave, leaving Sarah waiting at the entrance. The further they walked, the stronger the smell became. It was a pungent, metallic smell, reminiscent of blood. "Do you feel it?" Martin asked, covering his nose with his hand. Kevin nodded silently, his heart pounding. They saw footprints on the floor similar to the ones they had found earlier, but now they were covered in blood. "It can't be Rick," Martin said softly. "It's someone else." They heard a whisper. It was so quiet that at first they thought they were imagining it. But the whisper came again. "This, the voice?" Kevin asked, stopping. Martin turned on the flashlight to the maximum and illuminated the passage. "Rick, stop it," he shouted. The answer was a faint groan. "He's alive," Martin exclaimed, rushing forward. But Kevin grabbed his shoulder. "Wait a minute. It could be a trap." Martin broke free and ran forward, his footsteps echoing in the cave. Kevin followed him, cursing himself for not being able to stop him. When they reached the end of the passageway, Martin's lantern illuminated the eerie scene. Rick was lying on the ground, his face pale and his eyes wide open. "Damn it, Rick, are you okay?" Martin shouted, falling to his knees next to him. Rick looked up, his lips trembling. They're here." Kevin froze in place, his flashlight shaking in his hand. Rick looked like he'd been through hell. His clothes were torn, his face was covered with scratches, and there was dirt under his fingernails. "Who's there? What are you talking about?" Kevin asked sharply, trying to maintain control of the situation. Rick opened his mouth, but instead of words, he let out only a faint wheeze. His body was covered with deep cuts, as if he had made his way through a dense thicket with sharp branches, but the cave was smooth and rocky. Martin tried to pick him up, but Rick suddenly grabbed his arm. His fingers clenched so tightly that Martin cried out in pain. "Don't move. They're watching," Rick whispered. "Who are they?" Kevin shouted, looking around, but seeing nothing but shadows on the walls. Rick closed his eyes, as if he was going to say something important, but his hand weakened and he lost consciousness. "Damn it, Kevin, we need to leave." Martin lifted Rick onto his shoulder, his voice filled with panic. "Wait a minute. If he said we were being watched, we need to know where it came from." Kevin paused, his gaze fixed on the walls. There were bloody footprints on the stone in front of them, as if someone had held their hand, leaving long streaks. They led deeper into the cave. "Are you crazy? Do you want to go after that?" Martin almost shouted. "I can't leave it like this," Kevin replied softly. Martin, breathing heavily, looked at Rick's lifeless body on his shoulder, then at Kevin. "Good. But if you die there, it will be your choice." He began to retreat towards the exit, leaving Kevin alone. Kevin moved on. His breathing became rapid, and the flashlight seemed too weak to pierce the thick darkness. The sounds of footsteps, rustles, and strange bumps echoed through the cave. When he reached the end of the narrow passage, a huge stone hall opened in front of him. The ceiling was so high that the light did not reach the top. There was a stone altar in the center of the hall, and scattered around it were fragments of bonfires, animal bones, and something else that Kevin couldn't identify. His gaze fell to the floor. Inscriptions were carved on the stone, but they looked like chaotic lines, circles, and arrows pointing at the center of the altar. Suddenly, there was a thud. Kevin turned around, but saw nothing. He felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. "Who's there?" "Stop it," he shouted, his voice echoing through the hall. The only response was another thump, louder than before. This time, the sound came from right behind him. Kevin turned around, picking up the flashlight. He saw a shadow that was moving too fast for him to see it clearly. "Show yourself." "Stop it," he shouted, holding the knife in front of him. But instead of an answer, there was a low, almost mocking whisper. "You've gone too far." Kevin froze. It was a voice, but it wasn't human. It sounded like it came from everywhere and at the same time from inside his head. Meanwhile, Martin, carrying Rick, reached the place where Sarah was left. What happened? Where's Kevin? "Stop it," she screamed, looking at Rick, who was exhausted. "He stayed there. I tried to stop him, but he did. He had lost touch with reality. We can't leave him there." She got up, but Martin grabbed her arm. "Listen, if you go there, you won't come back either. We don't know what's in there. Then explain to me what happened to Rick." Sarah pointed to the motionless body lying on the ground. Martin didn't know what to say. All he could do was stare at the dark passage, from which a new sound came. It was a scream. Kevin's scream. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, getting up. "He won't survive." Sarah grabbed a flashlight and ran deeper into the cave without waiting for him. Martin followed her, leaving Rick on the ground. When they reached the hall, they saw Kevin. He was kneeling in front of the altar. His hands were up to his elbows in blood, and his face was drenched in sweat. "Kevin!" Sarah screamed, running up to him. But he didn't move. His eyes were wide open, staring at the rocks in front of him. "Go away," he whispered. "They're waiting." "Who? Who's waiting?" Sarah grabbed his shoulders, trying to shake him. He looked at her, his gaze blank. "You don't want to know." Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the lights of the flashlights began to flicker. Martin grabbed Sarah's arm. "We need to leave." Sarah wanted to resist, but the scream came again, much closer this time. "Please, Kevin." She tried to pick him up, but he didn't react anymore. Sarah and Martin didn't know what to do. Kevin sat motionless, like a stone statue. His face reflected a mixture of horror and doom. "He's not coming out of here, Sarah," Martin said hoarsely, pulling her by the arm. "If we stay, we'll stay here forever, too." "No." "Stop it," she screamed, struggling. "I can't just leave him." Sarah tried to lift Kevin up again, but he pulled his arm away. His eyes, red-rimmed and full of pain, fixed on her. "You have to leave. They're already coming for you." "Who?" "Kevin, we can't see anything. There's no one here." Her voice was shaking, and tears were rolling down her face. But Kevin just shook his head, looking down at the altar again. "They've always been here." These words sounded like a sentence. Martin grabbed Sarah by the waist and dragged her away while she screamed, trying to break free. "We can't leave him. Martin, please." "Stop it," she sobbed, but he continued to drag her back to the aisle. "If we stay, we'll die. Can't you see that he's already given up?" Sarah fell silent, watching Kevin's figure disappear into the darkness behind them. At that moment, they heard his last cry. It wasn't just the cry of a man in danger. It was a cry of utter despair, as if he saw something that they couldn't see. Running out of the cave, Sarah and Martin stopped at the exit to catch their breath. Their hands were shaking and their hearts were pounding in their chests. "We couldn't leave him," Sarah whispered, looking down the dark passage. "We could have done something." Martin turned to her. His face was pale but firm. "He made his choice. You've seen it." They heard a crunching sound behind them. Sarah whirled around. "Rick! We forgot Rick!" Her voice rose to a panicked squeal. But when they returned to the place where they had left him, Rick was not there. There was only blood on the ground. Her dark footprints stretched towards the forest, as if someone was dragging his body. "Oh my God!" Martin breathed, covering his face with his hands. "Who did this?" Sarah stared at the trail of blood, her legs trembling as if they were about to give way. Martin turned the flashlight towards the woods, but saw no one. "We need to leave." "Immediately," he said, grabbing Sarah's hand. "But what if he's still alive?" She struggled, her voice filled with hopelessness. "We don't know who did it. We don't know what's going on here. If we stay, we won't leave this forest." They started running. My feet stumbled over the rocks, and the flashlights barely illuminated the way. The forest around them was depressingly quiet, as if all living things were holding their breath. Soon they came to a clearing. This place seemed familiar to them, but something about its atmosphere was wrong. Sarah froze, staring at the ground. There were things scattered on the grass: her backpack, Martin's camera, Kevin's shoes. "Why is it here? We weren't passing by." Her voice faltered. Martin looked around. Things were scattered chaotically, as if someone was trying to find something. It's a trap," he said, backing away. At that moment, Sarah noticed something between the trees. The dark figure stood motionless, staring straight at them. "Martin," she whispered, pointing towards the forest. He turned his head slowly. Another figure appeared from the other side. Then another one. They surrounded them, getting closer with every passing moment. "Run!" Martin shouted, pushing Sarah towards the path. They started to run, but the figures were moving faster. Their footsteps were as soft as the whisper of the wind, but they were getting closer and closer to them. Sarah fell, her foot caught on a root. Martin turned to help, but one of the figures was already standing next to her. He lunged at her, waving his flashlight, but the blow disappeared into the void. He was surrounded. The last thing Sarah heard before her eyes closed was a whisper. "You should never have come here." When she woke up, it was morning. She was lying in a clearing, and the forest was all around her, quiet and serene, as if nothing had happened. But Martin was nowhere to be found. Her things were neatly stacked nearby. The camera, which she didn't remember leaving, was on top of her backpack. Sarah picked it up and turned it on. They were on the tape. All four of them: Kevin, Martin, Rick and her. But the video ended with a strange shot. Dark figures stood in a circle around them, silently looking into the lens. Sarah continued to stare at the camera screen. Her breathing became rapid, and her fingers trembled. She rewound the recording to make sure she wasn't imagining things. The video showed figures standing in a circle around them over and over again. The last seconds of the recording were particularly creepy. The camera turned as if someone had deliberately pointed it at Sarah's face. Her eyes were wide open, her mouth slightly open, as if she was saying something. But she didn't remember that moment. She soon realized that the forest was too quiet. No rustling, no birdsong. Only her own footsteps and the faint sound of the wind. She started walking along the path, hoping to find her way back. But the further she went, the more the trees around her became monotonous. They all looked the same, and Sarah realized she was moving in a circle. "No, no, no," she whispered, bursting into tears. Her legs hurt and she was dizzy from dehydration, but she kept walking. At sunset, she came out to the same clearing again. It was impossible, but the things were there, as before, neatly folded. The camera was still on, and the red recording light was blinking. Sarah picked it up. A new video appeared on the screen. She clicked play. Kevin was on the tape. He was standing at the altar in the cave. His face was covered with dirt, and his eyes were blank. "We thought we could understand them. But that's not possible. You can see them already, can't you?" Kevin's voice was low, almost a whisper. "They took us. And they'll pick you up too." The recording was interrupted by a crackling sound, and then the camera screen went out. Sarah swung her arm and threw the camera to the side, but the sound of it hitting the rocks reverberated in the silence of the forest like a gunshot. At night, she tried to sleep in the open air. Hunger, fear, and fatigue hampered her, but she was running out of strength. In the middle of the night, she was awakened by a familiar sound, a rhythmic knocking. She sat up abruptly, looking around. A figure stood at the edge of the clearing. It was Martin. "Martin!" she exclaimed, jumping to her feet. He was silent, his head was bowed, and his body was slightly tilted forward. "Say something." "Stop it!" she screamed, her voice shaking. Martin slowly raised his head. His eyes were empty, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. "You came here on your own," he said hoarsely. At that moment, Sarah realized that this was not her friend. She screamed and ran into the woods. It was getting light when she stopped. Her body was no longer responding, and her legs were buckling. "Please, just let me out," she whispered into the void. But no one answered. She heard a rustle. Slowly turning around, Sarah saw figures coming out from behind the trees. They walked slowly, surrounding her. Sarah sat down on the ground, covering her face with her hands. "Do whatever you want. I can't take it anymore," she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. The figures approached. She could see them better now. They were human, but their faces were disfigured and their bodies mutilated. She saw Kevin, Martin, and Rick among them. They stood over her, their faces expressionless. "You're staying with us," Kevin said softly. Sarah raised her head, her face wet with tears. "Why?" But there was no answer. They were just watching. A moment later, one of the figures lifted something heavy. The last thing Sarah saw was a black spot covering her eyes. When the rescue team found their camp a few weeks later, they found only their belongings. No bodies, no footprints, no notes. A knife was left on one of the tents. The words were carved on the blade. "We were here, but they took us away." It was a chilly December night in a rural area of Illinois. The landscape was dotted with lakes and thick forests, and the temperature was unforgiving. Anyone not prepared for the conditions was at risk, and life on nights such as this was challenging. The darkness seemed almost tangible, enveloping the surroundings. Visibility was limited to a few feet at most. That night stands out in my memory. Every breath felt like a blast of ice as I was on duty, when a dispatcher received a report of a young girl wandering near a lake. With anxiety churning in my stomach and the cold weather intensifying, a young child and a body of water created a nightmare scenario. The lake was deep and murky, and if someone or something was drowning, rescue would be nearly impossible. Despite the odds, our team responded swiftly. Two of us, including myself, were the first on the scene and understood the urgency. No child should be abandoned in such conditions. Alone in the midst of the weather, the journey to the lake was treacherous. It was a long and hazardous winter at the lake, with snow falling for days on end. We hoped it would delay until we had completed our search. When we eventually arrived at the lake, there was a dark emptiness, with no signs of life around. Lights occasionally rustled in the wind through the trees, and the silence that only a winter night can bring was eerie. We reported sending out a search party. Cold permeated our bodies, and darkness created the feeling that each step might lead us to unseen dangers. We waded through undergrowth and marshy areas near the lake, looking for any sign of a girl. It felt like a never-ending expanse of darkness, interrupted only by the faint light from our torches. Eventually, we reached a small, muddy beach, a bare clearing where the wind whipped, causing the water to move and preventing any vegetation from taking root. Here, we hoped to find. We conducted a thorough search of the area, checking every possible hiding place, every shadow. The atmosphere was tense, and I felt it. What could a young girl be doing there in the dead of night? Perhaps she had become lost, perhaps she had left her family behind during a stroll, or maybe she was a runaway. No one had reported her missing, and she seemed to add to the mystery as we continued our search. As my colleague patted my back, I turned and saw a girl standing in the water on the beach. The sight gave me chills even now, and I remember the hairs on my arms standing on end. The back of my neck became chilled. She was dressed in an old-fashioned white nightgown that one might see in period dramas. The garment barely touched the water's surface, giving it a spectral appearance. My partner and I exchanged uneasy glances. Upon first glance, something appeared to be terribly amiss. We contacted the dispatcher via radio to inform them that we had located a young woman and cautiously approached the body of water. "Hey there. I'm a law enforcement officer. Please come out of the water, miss. It's not a safe environment here," I called out, extending my arm. I reached out to touch her, hoping to reassure her and let her know that she was safe. As she turned to face me, I noticed her eyes were vacant. Those eyes were unseeing as she approached me. A wave of apprehension washed over me as another patrol vehicle arrived and additional officers joined our group. On the beach, I was in disbelief as I watched the girl approach. She came so close that it seemed possible to reach out and touch her. However, without warning, she disappeared. One moment, she was there, and the next, she was gone, leaving behind only her small footprints in the sand. Other officers stationed at various angles confirmed the same startling sight. One of my colleagues, his voice filled with disbelief, asked, "Are you sure you weren't seeing things?" I responded, even though my own words betrayed me, that I had indeed seen her and knew she was real. The confusion was palpable as none of us could explain what had just occurred. The girl simply vanished into thin air, leaving us all perplexed. The lake, which has always held a special significance for her, seemed to claim her attention once again. This situation has been haunting us for 2 years, a mystery that has consumed our minds. We have explored every possible scenario, every theory, but none of them have made sense. 2 years later, the nightmare occurred again. Another incident occurred. A young woman in a white nightgown was seen on the bank of the lake, and then she vanished. The legend of the Girl of the Lake began to take root, the tale of the specter that haunts this area. However, her intentions or reasons for being there remain as elusive as fog. Every time I consider it, that evening makes me break out in a cold sweat. The image of that young woman and her abrupt disappearance in the cold, dark water remains etched in my mind. I cannot forget the sensation that she is still somewhere out there, lost, searching for her spirit eternally. While walking along the shore of the lake, the woman thought about her life. In this endless darkness, she was either waiting for someone to find her or trapped in this place forever. The nightmarish void was chilling. Hello everyone, I am Officer David and my partner is Officer Sarah. We work the night shift and our names have been changed to protect the privacy of individuals. Our nights are usually peaceful, but occasionally we deal with noisy or drunk neighbors and speeding vehicles. However, that night was different. Around midnight, the dispatcher called and reported a suspicious incident at a local morgue. Upon arrival, we realized it was indeed a strange place for a break-in. Most people would not consider a robbery here. While the morgue may seem like a quiet place, there are chemicals inside that could be of interest to drug addicts, so we understood the situation. We visited the morgue. The structure appeared strange in the subdued light of the street lamps. A dark form stood against the backdrop of the night sky. This was one of those locations that can induce goosebumps. One realizes that there may be someone within, but this does not alleviate the tension upon arrival. The custodian was awaiting our arrival outside. He appeared like a specter. His complexion was pallid and his eyes wide with apprehension. He informed us that he had been circulating around performing his routine duties. When he detected movement from the corner of his vision, he assumed it to be a figment of his imagination. However, upon looking up, he observed someone rushing through the space. He proceeded down the hallway and vanished. I asked, attempting to maintain a calm demeanor. Despite my racing pulse, I was attempting to remain composed. He vigorously nodded, and his gaze darted nervously toward the building. I swear, officer, one moment I was alone, and then someone appeared and then they vanished. Sarah and I exchanged looks, and the situation grew weirder with each passing minute. The caretaker informed us that the lights had been off while he had been wandering around, and he hadn't paid attention, as he couldn't provide a good description of the individual. The man. I didn't get a clear view of his face, but I admitted, clasping my hands, I know that I had seen someone, and it wasn't my imagination. Being unarmed and alone, I didn't wish to take any risks, so I contacted you. Gentlemen, you did the correct thing by responding. In his expression, I could discern sincerity and concern. Sarah encouragedly nodded. You made the right decision. She suggested that we investigate the matter further. I felt a sense of unease due to the circumstances, but we decided to proceed with the investigation nonetheless. It was possible that there were YouTubers attempting to create a viral video, thrill seekers seeking an adrenaline rush, or simply a caretaker performing their duties. I had observed something, although I was not certain. My observations were sufficient to persuade us to investigate, but we were somewhat skeptical. Initially, it may have been merely a group of children engaging in play. As we approached the structure, Sarah voiced her concerns in a low tone. I acknowledged her concerns, yet I could not shake off the unsettling feeling in my gut. We began by shouting and alerting anyone who was present inside the building. We waited for the police to arrive. Our voices echoed in the silence, almost mockingly. Without a response, we decided to search the building. Let's do this, I said, and Sarah drew her weapon, following my lead. We walked through the corridors, our footsteps echoing in the quiet. The shadows and darkness made me feel tense. We checked every corner and hidden area of the space. Behind one room, we found a location that gave me chills. Sarah whispered, her eyes darting around. I agreed, as most rooms were laboratories or storage spaces filled with files. As we searched the facility, we made sure we didn't miss any hidden areas. Upon turning on the lights, we checked to see if we had missed anything or anyone hiding. I opened a door to a dark room, which turned out to be larger than expected. I was waiting in what felt like a hallway, when suddenly there was a flash of light revealing an empty waiting area. I quickly scanned the area, checking each corner for anyone related to the deceased, my heart pounding and my nerves on edge. Then, I heard Sarah's voice outside the room. Hey, who's there? She pointed her weapon at the end of the hallway and moved towards a corner, instructing me to go around to the right. I turned and saw her pointing at a dead end. The caretaker added, No one should be going that way, there is no exit. His voice was trembling slightly. Together, we cornered the intruder, moving down the corridor and shouting to try to calm the person. I called out, You are safe. Please come out and surrender. We do not want to hurt you. I reached the end of the hallway and carefully peered around the corner, where she was standing. The lights were turned off, but her silhouette and long hair were visible. My heart was pounding as I stepped forward, hoping she would cooperate and agree to leave peacefully with us. However, as soon as she saw me, she opened a large door behind her and ran away, slamming the door shut in front of me. I knocked on the door and called out, Ma'am, please come out. Please surrender, we don't want to hurt you, I said, but she didn't respond or move. Sarah and the caretaker joined me, and I explained the situation to them. The caretaker's face turned pale when he heard that the door couldn't be unlocked from inside. The caretaker explained that it was not possible to lock the door from the inside, as there was no locking mechanism on that side. I felt my heart rate increase as I tried to understand what he meant. Do you mean that the door can't be locked from inside the room? I asked, confused. There aren't any locks on the inside? The attendant explained that there didn't seem to be anything unusual about the room, but he seemed scared and perplexed. Something doesn't feel right, he said. So, the attendant opened the door for us and we went inside with our weapons ready. Our flashlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the mysterious room. As we entered, the air was cold, like we had walked into a freezer or a morgue. I turned on the lights and their sudden brightness made the place seem even more creepy and clinical. There were few tables and cabinets against the walls, some equipment against one wall, and 4 urns in the middle. One of the urns had a sheet over it, clearly covering whatever was inside. Suddenly, a knot formed in my stomach as I wondered what was happening. My thoughts seemed to race, and Sarah and I exchanged glances, both feeling tense and uneasy. A stranger approached and, as we drew closer to the gurney, an unpleasant odor enveloped us. It was not simply the smell of a living person or an unwashed and sweaty one, but rather the unmistakable scent of decay and death. Despite my attempts to control my discomfort, the odor was overwhelming. After removing the sheet covering the gurney, we revealed the bodies of 2 women. We followed the trail, searching the building for any clues, and eventually found the one hanging from her leg, indicating that she was deceased. After 12 days, I have attempted to make sense of the events that occurred. However, they do not make sense to me. It is difficult to understand how we could have been chasing a deceased individual. Both Sarah and I are equally perplexed by the circumstances. We re-examined the scene, hoping to find some indication or explanation, but there is no other person in the room. Still shaken, the security guard sat on a nearby chair. His face was pale and his eyes were wide, as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Our experience confirmed our need for assistance. Sarah's voice was trembling as she spoke, and I agreed with her. We waited for backup, our bodies shaking with fear. The question that echoes in our minds is, how did we end up chasing a dead person in such a surreal situation? The events have taken an unexpected turn, and I know I will never forget them. In the evening, I will write a formal report on the incident. As I recall the events with a chill running down my spine, over the years, I have witnessed a fair number of unusual and concerning events, but this particular one stood out. It felt as though it had come straight out of a horror movie. I attempted to make sense of what had occurred, but it was akin to chasing smoke. How had we found ourselves in the midst of such an unusual situation, with nothing to show for it? With a lingering feeling that would not go away, the incident was filed as another unresolved mystery in our town's ever-growing collection. As I passed the mortuary, that feeling remained with me. I began to question what we were truly dealing with. That evening, our paths intersected. I have never experienced something like that before. However, I would discover, not all law enforcement officers operate in busy city streets like us. They ensure law and order at military bases similar to those in cities. During night shifts, the atmosphere is often quieter, especially during cold winter months. Most bases have security systems connected to a central monitoring station. If an alarm is triggered, it is the duty of the on-duty police officer to check each entrance to ensure it is secure. If a breach or malfunction is detected, the facility must be immediately secured and all personnel notified. On a typical night, nothing out of the ordinary occurs. It is midnight, and the sergeant and I are patrolling, enjoying the cool air of the winter night. Our eyes scan the base, searching for any signs of unusual activity. This routine is familiar and almost soothing. After driving through the park and checking the doors of several buildings, we continue on our route. Suddenly, the radio crackles, breaking the silence. An alarm has been triggered at the elementary school. I exchanged a glance with Ramirez, who shrugged, likely thinking it was a glitch. Although I noticed the fatigue in his eyes, he suggested we investigate it nonetheless. After a long night, we desired to conclude the matter promptly. Thus, I directed the car toward the school. Upon arrival, the building appeared dark and unsettling. The subdued lighting and shadows enhanced the eeriness. We parked and used flashlights to navigate the darkness to the entrance. We verified that all doors were locked. Upon inspection, there was no evidence of any unauthorized access or suspicious activity. I experienced no unusual sensations and remained hopeful that everyone was safe. After informing our base that we would remain on standby, we returned to the vehicle and contemplated the possibility of further events. Ramirez likely shared my sentiment, as he regarded me with a quizzical expression. "What a night it has been," Indeed, it was not yet over. We continued our patrol, but after approximately 20 minutes, the radio system received an alert from the control center regarding a possible incident at Building 12 on the block. Ramirez, the team leader, inquired about the situation at the school, as they had previously checked the area and were certain it was clear. They decided to proceed with caution. Upon approaching the school, they noticed a change in the atmosphere. The door to the boiler room appeared to be partially open. Inside, it was dark, humid, and filled with cobwebs, with diesel fuel dripping from some of the pipes. The team conducted a thorough search of the area, inspecting each corner, vent, and storage cabinet, but did not find any signs of suspicious activity. We secured the room by closing the door. Less than half an hour later, we received another report regarding the alarm in the 12th unit of the school. Ramirez let out a heavy sigh. "This is getting very tiresome," he said, sounding frustrated. I agreed with him, sounding equally disappointed. "Let's just see this through." We returned to the school. This time, my disappointment grew even more. The doors were locked, including the boiler room. We inspected the alarm system and found it to be functioning properly. However, if someone applied sufficient force to the door, the alarms might be triggered. We suspected that bored teenagers might be responsible for these incidents. To test our theory, we decided to monitor the situation. We took positions on opposite sides of the building and waited. The minutes passed without any signs of activity. Just as we were about to abandon our efforts, something occurred. The radio crackled in the background, signaling an alarm. In Block 12 of the school, there was an alarm system. We all groaned in unison. This became amusing, and we decided to call the caretaker to help us with the internal cleaning of the building. Around 3 a.m., we were all tired and irritated. Mr. Thompson arrived promptly, and we started our rounds together. Together, we checked classrooms, cupboards, and technical areas. The school, which was built in the early 1960s, has winding corridors and many branches, making the search slow and time-consuming. The building was dark, and our powerful flashlights provided the only light as we approached the end of the inspection. During the inspection, we came across a maintenance room with its door open and lights on. According to our records, we should have been the only people in the building at that time, but none of us had ever been in that room before. However, I noticed something different about the room. The open door gave us goosebumps. We cautiously approached the room, confident that we had finally found our quarry, but when we entered, the room was empty. There were only a few brooms and boxes of spare parts, but what caught our attention was a wet foot-shaped trail on the floor. It seemed as if a child had walked through water and left a trail on the floor. The water was not present anywhere else in the room, and the trail led to a wall as if the individual had walked through it. We were all frightened, knowing that we were the only ones in the building, and no one had reported any missing children. Everything was locked, and no one could have entered or left during our search. Then, we heard a strange sound of laughter, which sent chills down our spines. Before we had time to react, a white figure of a young boy approached us. We paused, and he looked directly at me. "Oh my goodness!" I exclaimed, as my breath caught in my throat and I felt my heart sink. Next to me, Ramirez reacted in a similar manner. Our hearts seemed to drop into our stomachs. The young boy continued to gaze at us for some time, his eyes seeming to penetrate us. Then, just as suddenly as he appeared, he vanished. There was no need for further discussion. We rushed out of the building, breathing heavily and trying to regain our composure. Once back in the car, we tried to process what had happened, but it was difficult to put into words. Ramirez was breathing heavily, his face pale. I was at a loss for words. Finally, I managed to stammer out, "I don't know what to say." When we attempted to investigate, we were left with a conundrum that we could not explain. We did not know where the boy had disappeared to or what exactly we had witnessed. Later, we discovered that in the 1960s, a young boy had passed away in the building during the construction process. I felt physically ill when I reflected on this. Nevertheless, we still did not know if the boy or someone else had been responsible for the event. Due to these unanswered questions, the entire incident continues to haunt me. Every time I pass through this school, there is a question mark hanging over my head. I cannot help but think about that night and the young boy who vanished right before our eyes. The Appalachian Mountain Trek was supposed to be an adventure that none of them would forget. Marcus, the main initiator of this trip, considered himself an experienced nature lover. He had all the necessary equipment, from an ultramodern compass to an emergency survival kit. But even he did not suspect that this expedition would turn into a nightmare. 3 others went with him: his girlfriend Amy, her brother Tom, and their mutual friend Ryan. Amy, energetic and optimistic, saw this trip as a chance to get closer to her brother, with whom she had a strained relationship. Tom, on the other hand, was an introverted introvert who agreed to the track only because his sister insisted. Ryan, an eternal joker and adventurer, treated the hike like a fun walk. The original route passed through relatively popular trails. They started with the good weather, enjoying the views and taking pictures of every landmark. The first 2 days passed quietly, except for a few minor arguments about the pace of movement. On the 3rd day, they decided to turn off the main route to get to the old mining camp that Marcus had seen on the map. This place was not listed in popular guides, and he was sure that he would stumble upon something interesting. "It'll only take a couple of hours," he assured the others. Amy hesitated, but agreed. Tom and Ryan didn't mind, deciding that this adventure would be a good story to remember. The deeper they went, the less hospitable the forest became. The path gradually disappeared, and the trees began to thicken, blotting out the sky. The atmosphere was getting heavy. There were strange markings on the old trees in places, as if someone had once marked this area, but now their meaning had lost. "Are you sure this is it?" Amy asked, looking at Marcus. "Absolutely. We'll reach the camp in a kilometer or 2, he replied, consulting the map. But there was no other kilometer. Instead, they found themselves in a remote forest where not even birds could be heard. Ryan joked that they probably scared all the animals, but no one was laughing. When it got dark, they decided to set up camp. Marcus assured them that they would find the trail again in the morning. That night, Sam woke up to a sound. It was a faint thud, like someone hitting wood. He came out of the tent and looked around, but saw nothing. Only the flickering light of their campfire illuminated the nearby trees. The next morning, he told her about it, but Amy just brushed it off. Probably, the wind was playing with the branches. However, Tom looked wary. "It wasn't the wind. I heard it too," he said. "It sounded too much, purposefully." On the 4th day, their situation worsened. They hadn't found the camp, and now they were running out of water. Tom began to openly express his dissatisfaction. "That's a great plan, Marcus. We already have enough food for 1 day. Do you even know where we are?" Marcus tried to stay calm, but his confidence was fading. "I'll figure it out. We'll just go around this part and get back on the trail." "Shall we go around? We've been standing still for a day." Tom couldn't stand it. Amy intervened to defuse the situation, but everyone knew that their nerves were on edge. In the evening, there were more knocks. This time they were louder and came from different directions. Ryan, who had been optimistic before, suddenly became serious. "Someone's here. It can't be an accident," he said. They decided to put up a watch to watch the camp at night. However, neither Marcus nor Tom, who was on duty until dawn, saw anything. When morning came, they discovered that one of their backpacks was missing. "Are you kidding? Who took it?" Amy asked nervously. "Nobody. He's just not there," Ryan replied, surveying the area. But they all knew that the backpack couldn't be lost by accident. On the 5th day, the knocks became continuous. They started towards sunset and lasted well into the night. Marcus insisted that they could be forest animals, but no one believed him anymore. If these are animals, then why do they come only at night and beat us, as if they know that they frighten us? Tom said. Amy started to panic. We have to go back. Right now. No camp. Let's just go back. We're too far away. We need to go to the river. We can find our way there, Marcus replied. Ryan supported him, but none of them were sure they were doing the right thing. By the time they reached the dry riverbed, their nerves were on edge. The deserted riverbed added to the feeling of isolation. Here it became obvious that they were completely lost. When they set up camp for the last time, the knocking increased so much that it seemed as if someone was walking around them holding sticks. Marcus took a knife and shone a flashlight into the darkness, but found nothing. Amy began to cry for the first time on the trip. I can't take it anymore. We need to get out of here. We can't stay here. But even she understood that spending the night in the mountains without shelter was an even greater risk. The knocking did not stop until the morning. On the 6th day, the group finally realized that they were in a situation that was not so easy to get out of. Their water was out and their food was running low. Ryan tried to collect rainwater using his survival skills, but the clouds only hid the sun, not giving a drop of moisture. Marcus insisted on continuing along the dry riverbed. If the river has dried up, it means that it starts again somewhere. We just need to find the source. Amy and Tom didn't argue, but each step was getting harder for them. They could barely stand on their feet, and the knocks, which began again in the late afternoon, began to act on them like an accumulating poison. Why don't they ever come closer? Amy asked quietly, addressing Marcus as they walked. It's the wind or something, he replied, but his voice sounded uncertain. The night brought something new. When the group stopped to rest, Tom, who was usually silent, suddenly said, We're not the only ones here. Someone is watching us. Everyone froze. Even Ryan, who always tried to stay optimistic, wasn't joking anymore. How do you know that? He asked. Tom slowly raised the flashlight and illuminated the trees around the camp. I saw them. They stand and watch. Are you serious? Marcus snapped, reaching for his knife. Yes. And if you think I'm joking, you're wrong. Suddenly, there was a sound. It wasn't a knock, but something more, a heavy impact, as if someone had thrown a large log to the ground. Amy screamed. Marcus darted to the edge of the camp, trying to figure out what was going on. A figure flashed by in the light of the flashlight. It was a man. Tall, in rags, with long matted hair. He was standing just a few meters away from them, not moving. Hey, who are you? Marcus shouted. The figure did not respond, but after a few seconds it turned and disappeared into the darkness. It was just the foresters or one of the locals, Marcus kept saying as they gathered around the campfire again. The foresters? Foresters don't walk through the woods in rags and don't keep silent when they're called. Don't start, Marcus snapped. Amy was holding Ryan's hand, and her fingers were shaking. We need to get out of here. Right now, she said. At night? We'll only make it worse. If you want to die in the forest, you're welcome. We're already dying, Marcus. Stop it, she screamed. Tom intervened. We're leaving at dawn. If you want to stay, stay, but I'm with them. The next morning it became clear that they were no longer the same as they were when they started this campaign. Their faces were covered with dirt and sweat, and their eyes glistened with fatigue. They walked along the riverbed in silence, only occasionally exchanging short remarks. Towards lunch, Ryan suddenly stopped. Look over there, he said, pointing to the tree. There was a cloth hanging from one of the branches. It was a piece of a backpack that had gone missing a few days ago. Damn it. It's not an accident, Tom muttered. We're walking right into their clutches, Ryan added. Marcus tried to keep his cool. It's just a footprint. If they left this, then there must be a road nearby. But everyone knew that his words sounded like an attempt to calm himself, not others. In the evening, they came across an abandoned hut. It was a tiny building with a rotten roof and a door that hung on one hinge. I think it's better than sleeping outdoors, Ryan suggested. Amy wasn't sure. What if this is their house? We won't find anything better, Marcus said. They decided to stay, but the tension in the group reached its limit. At night, they heard footsteps approaching. They weren't the same as before. These footsteps sounded heavy but rhythmic, as if someone knew exactly where they were going. Marcus grabbed a knife, and Tom readied an improvised weapon, a wooden stick. "Who's there?" Marcus shouted. The footsteps stopped. "If you come any closer, I'll kill you," he continued. There was no response. But a minute later, the door of the hut suddenly swung open. A man stood in the doorway. His face was covered in mud, and his hands were clenched into fists. He stared at them without blinking. Ryan rushed to the door, trying to close it, but the man hit it hard, sending him flying backwards. The panic began. "Go away!" Tom shouted, waving his stick. The man went inside, but in the light of the flashlights it became clear that he was not alone. There were 3 more behind him. Marcus, without thinking, stabbed one of them with a knife, and he fell. The others retreated. This gave the group time to run out of the hut and into the woods. They ran, not understanding the road, until they found themselves back at the dry riverbed. "What do we do now?" Amy screamed. "We will go to the end. If we stop, they'll find us," Marcus replied. They walked non-stop until the next morning, but they did not find a single trail. The knocking came back. This time it sounded right behind my back. When they looked back, they saw them again. There were more of them now. "Run!" Tom shouted. The group started running again. Their breathing was loud and hoarse, and their legs could barely support their bodies. Every step hurt my muscles, but to stop meant death. Marcus looked back and saw that the pursuers were approaching. They were people, emaciated, ragged, with their hands covered with abrasions. They didn't look mad, but their faces reflected predatory determination. Amy stumbled and fell to the ground. Marcus rushed back to help her up. "Hurry up! We can't stop!" "Stop it!" he shouted. Tom and Ryan stopped in front of them, trying to cover them. Tom picked up a large rock and swung it, preparing to attack. "They won't stop until they get to us," he whispered to Ryan. One of the pursuers suddenly stopped and raised his hand. It was a strange gesture, as if he was trying to show something. "Wait," he said in a hoarse voice. "We're not going to kill you." Ryan laughed nervously. "Yes? Then what do? You have entered our territory. No one should be here. Leave before it's too late." The words sounded as if they were not a call to salvation, but a warning of something even more terrible. Marcus stepped between Amy and these people, still holding the knife in his hand. "We're just trying to find our way. We'll leave. Just let us pass." The man who spoke looked at them, but did not answer. He just slowly turned around and walked back into the forest, taking the others with him. "What the hell?" Amy whispered. They just wanted to scare us," Marcus suggested, although he didn't believe it himself. A new sound interrupted their conversations. It was not a knock, but a loud, rhythmic crackling coming from the depths of the forest. The sound was so loud that it sounded like someone was breaking trees with their bare hands. "Is that an animal?" Amy asked. "No. These are people. They're doing something," Ryan replied. They started moving again, but now every step was accompanied by a feeling of complete vulnerability. A few hours later, they came to a field overgrown with tall grass. It became quieter here, and it seemed that the danger had receded. "We need to rest," Tom said. "If we keep going at this rate, we'll just collapse." Marcus looked around. The field did seem like a peaceful place, but his inner instinct resisted. "We can't stay in the open. They can come back." "Who are they?" Tom interrupted sharply. "We don't even have proof that they are our enemies." "Really? What was it then?" Marcus nodded toward the woods. "That's enough," Amy shouted, interrupting their argument. "We're all on edge here. Let's take a break for at least 5 minutes." The group agreed. They sank to the ground, huddling in a circle to feel a little more secure. "What if it was all a trap?" Ryan asked. "A trap?" Amy asked. "Well, think about it. They let us go too easily. What if they want to drive us where they want us?" These words silenced everyone. Suddenly, Tom jumped to his feet. "Be quiet. Did you hear that?" Footsteps could be heard coming from the forest where they had come from. Not single ones, but many. The footsteps were heavy and chaotic, as if a whole group of people were moving behind them. "They found us," Ryan said softly. Marcus waved his hand. "Quickly! Into the grass!" The group rushed into the tall grass, trying to escape as quickly as possible. They lay holding their breath and listened to the footsteps coming closer. When the figures entered the field, Sam saw them clearly for the first time. They were the same people as in the hut, but now their faces looked even more haggard. One of them was holding a long piece of metal in his hands, the other something like an old shovel. They started looking. One of them walked slowly past the spot where Amy and Marcus were hiding. "Can they see us?" "What is it?" she whispered. "I don't know." "Hush," he replied. The figures started to move on, but one of the people suddenly stopped. He raised his hand and pointed straight at them. "There." The panic began. The group jumped up and started running again. This time, the pursuit was even more ferocious. They ran blindly until they came to a wide river. The water was dirty and the current was strong. "We'll have to cross it," Marcus said. "Are you crazy? It's going to kill us!" Amy screamed. "If we don't cross, they'll kill us." "Stop it," he shouted back. Without a choice, they began to enter the water. The current immediately knocked them off their feet, but they clung to each other, screaming and cursing. When they reached the other bank, the pursuers stopped. "They're not crossing," Ryan said, breathing heavily. "Why?" Amy asked. "Maybe this is their border." The group fell to the ground, but even across the river, they could still see these people standing on the shore, staring at them. "We need to keep going," Tom said quietly. A few hours later, they finally reached the trail. The path was narrow, but it was their first clue of all time. When the first sign of civilization appeared on the horizon, a rusty signpost, Marcus felt tears welling up in his eyes. But when they reached the road, exhausted, the final shock awaited them. One of the people who were chasing them was standing by the road. He looked at them, calmly, without emotion. "You'll never tell me what you saw anyway," he said softly, and his voice was icy. The group was silent. They understood that the remaining days would be full of nightmares and questions that no one would give answers to. Sam looked at the man standing by the road. He looked like he knew something he was never going to explain. Their eyes met for a moment, and Sam realized that there was no threat or malice in that gaze. It was a cold statement of fact. "What do you mean?" Sam squeezed out, his voice shaking with exhaustion. The man smiled, but it was more like a grimace. "You were there. Now everything you do will be related to that." Without waiting for an answer, he turned around and walked towards the forest. The others watched in silence until he disappeared into the trees. "What was that?" Amy asked softly, her voice filled with fear and bewilderment. Marcus walked over to her and put his hand on her shoulder. It doesn't matter. We got out. And if he's right? What if what happened there won't leave us alone? Her voice began to tremble more violently. Ryan shook his head. Amy, we're alive. That's the main thing. We'll sort out the rest later. But none of them were sure that it was true. When they reached the nearest town, exhausted, they were taken to the hospital first. Doctors examined them for hours, asking questions about what had happened to them. But every time someone tried to explain, it became difficult for them to believe in their own words. Are you saying that you were attacked? What is it? The policeman asked, sitting across from Marcus. Yes. We got lost, took a wrong turn, and they started chasing us. Who exactly? People. I do not know who they are. They didn't talk, they just followed us. The policeman looked at him carefully, and then wrote something down in a notebook. We will send people to check the area. But you understand that there are often rumors in those places. Maybe you just met some locals who didn't like your presence? The locals don't break down doors and drive people like animals. Marcus exploded, but the policeman just shrugged his shoulders. We'll do everything we can. But none of them believed that something would actually happen. A week later, they all returned to normal, although normality was relative. Amy kept waking up in the middle of the night to the sound of knocking. Tom became even more withdrawn, practically stopped talking to his sister. Ryan left town without explaining where exactly. Marcus seemed to be doing the best job of all, but deep down he knew that these events had changed him. He stopped trusting people, always checked the locks on the doors twice, and any sounds at night caused him to have a panic attack. A month later, he received a letter. It wasn't signed, but the handwriting looked familiar. Inside was a single piece of paper on which it was written, "We warned you. Don't come back." Underneath the text was a photo of the hut where they had encountered their pursuers. In the foreground was the same man with their backpack in his hands. Marcus felt his heart tighten. He realized that they were never safe. A few days later, he tried to call Amy, but her phone was unavailable. When he contacted Tom, he said that Amy had left for a few days without saying anything. Marcus drove to her house. He knew he had to check if she was okay. When he entered the house, it was empty. There was no sign of a struggle, nothing strange. Just a single piece of paper lying on her desk. It read, "I hear them again. I need to figure it out." Marcus felt something break inside him. The next day, he found out that Tom had disappeared. Neither neighbors nor friends knew where he had gone. The police launched an investigation, but there were no traces. Marcus understood that it was all connected. They tried to escape from the forest, but the forest seemed to have decided to take its own. Marcus became obsessed. He studied maps, read about the history of the region, tried to find at least some clue. Everything he learned was sketchy and illogical. The only thing that was repeated over and over again in every local story was the warning, "Don't touch those who knock." Marcus felt time slipping away. The disappearance of Amy and Tom was the last straw. He knew that no one else was going to look for answers. He decided to return to Appalachia. It was a crazy idea, but he believed it was the only way he could figure out what had happened. He made careful preparations. He took a map, a satellite phone, a weapon, a supply of water and food. His journey back was harder than he expected. The forest seemed to him even more gloomy than the first time. The silence was deafening, as if nature was holding its breath. A few days later, he found the hut again. She was standing in her place, but she looked even more abandoned. The roof caved in, the walls crumbled. It seemed like no one had been here for years. Marcus went inside. There were still traces of their previous struggle on the floor, a broken wooden stick, traces of dirt. But the main find was the notes scattered around the room. They were written in different handwriting, but they all said the same thing. They will come for you if you stay. One of the sheets caught his attention. He recognized Amy's handwriting. I thought I could stop it, but I was wrong. If you're reading this, leave. Don't look for us. It doesn't matter anymore. Marcus felt his legs give out. She was here. She's back, but why? At that moment, he heard a rustle outside the window. His heart began to beat faster. He pulled out his gun and walked slowly to the door. There was no one behind her, but he felt that someone was watching him. Who's there? Stop it, he shouted. There was no response. Marcus decided to leave. Everything inside him screamed that he had to run. When he came out of the hut, his gaze fell on something on the ground. It was a map. It marked a route that went through the forest and ended at the mine, which they never found. There was a note under the card. Last chance. Decide for yourself. Marcus stood looking at the map. He knew that he could find the answers there, in the mine. But he also knew that these answers would probably be the end of him. He stood in silence for a long time before turning around and walking back into the forest, away from the mine, away from all this. But after an hour of walking, he heard a familiar sound behind him. A knock. He looked back. Behind him, between the trees, stood a figure. She didn't move, but he knew who it was. Tom. Marcus stopped. His breathing was labored, and his heart stopped. Tom. It's you? But the figure did not respond. She just stood there, and Marcus realized that something was wrong. He ran. His feet led him away, but the thud followed him. It got louder, closer. Marcus ran without looking back. When he ran out onto the path, his legs suddenly gave way. He fell. His gun flew out of his hands. Another figure appeared in front of him. This time it was Amy. She looked at him, her eyes full of tears. You shouldn't have come back, Marcus, she said softly. Her voice was full of pain, but not fear. Why? What's going on here? Stop it, he shouted, tears gushing from his eyes. You shouldn't have come back, she repeated. At that moment, something hard hit him on the back of the head. Everything went dark. When Marcus woke up, he was lying on the ground in the woods. There was no one around. His backpack and weapon were gone. There was the same map on his chest. Only now there was a single text written on it. You knew it would end like this. Marcus looked around. He was alone, but the knocking coming from the depths of the forest no longer seemed distant. We begin with the story of the Miller family. John, his wife Sarah, and their 16-year-old daughter Emily. John is a former military man who went through Afghanistan, restrained and taciturn, but always ready to protect his loved ones. Sarah is a housewife, kind and caring, but with an inner worry that she tries to hide. Emily is a typical teenager who enjoys music and partying, and is a bit of a rebel. The family moves to a small, remote town in the mountains, to a house that John inherited from his uncle. The house is old but sturdy, with a large plot and a forest behind it. John thinks this is the perfect place for a quiet life and recovery after service. Sarah, although she is happy to move, feels restless. She does not like the solitude and dense forests around. Emily, in turn, is unhappy with the lack of friends and entertainment. In the first weeks, everything seems normal. John is doing house repairs and landscaping, Sarah is settling in, and Emily is trying to establish contact with local teenagers. But as the days get shorter and the nights get longer, strange things start happening in the house. At first it's a minor nuisance, creaking floorboards, strange sounds, disappearing things. Then things get more serious. Someone is watching the house from the forest, shadows are visible in the windows at night. John, as a rational person, tries to find a logical explanation for these phenomena, but the longer it goes on, the more doubts begin to torment him. Sarah, whose anxieties are increasing, begins to seek solace in old family diaries found in the house. She learns that this place has a dark history involving disappearances and strange rituals. Emily, in turn, begins to notice the strange behavior of local teenagers who are constantly whispering and hiding something. The tension in the family grows, and they begin to move away from each other. John withdraws more and more into himself, Sarah becomes withdrawn and scared, and Emily seeks solace at parties, trying to ignore what is happening in the house. But they all feel that there is something sinister about this place, something that defies explanation. The plot hints that horror awaits them at night, when everyone returns home. The tension in the house is growing. John, in order to take his mind off his worries, decides to take care of the garden behind the house. He finds an old barn overgrown with ivy and overgrown with moss. Inside, he discovers tools, axes, saws, shovels, all old and rusty, but still sharp. He also finds old drawings and diagrams, some plans that seem strange and inexplicable to him. One of the drawings shows a kind of maze leading somewhere underground. John decides that these are just old engineering projects and puts them aside. Meanwhile, Sarah is deep into reading old diaries. She finds out that the previous owners of the house were strange people who performed some kind of rituals in the forest. There are mentions in the diaries of night visitors, which it is better not to talk about, and that the house wakes up after sunset. She also finds records of some people from the town disappearing without a trace, especially those who lived near the forest. In one of the diaries, there is a sketch of a creepy face with empty eye sockets and a wide grin, drawn with a trembling hand. Sarah realizes that the house is not as safe as they thought. She tries to tell John about it, but he doesn't take her seriously, blaming everything on her anxiety. Emily, trying to fit into the company of local teenagers, begins to attend parties in the woods more and more often. One night, after one of these parties, she returns home later than usual. In the dark, at the edge of the forest, she notices silhouettes of people watching her. She thinks they are her new friends and shouts at them, but there is silence in response. When she passes by an old barn, she feels someone's heavy gaze on her and hears a whisper. She gets really scared. She quickens her pace and runs into the house, locking the door behind her. That night, nightmares keep none of the family members awake. John dreams that he is in a maze similar to the blueprints from the barn, and he is being chased by shadows. In her dreams, Sarah sees creepy faces from the diary that are reaching out to her. Emily dreams that the shadows from the forest are standing outside her window. They wake up tired and exhausted in the morning. The next day, Sarah persuades John to install security cameras around the house to feel safe. John agrees, but is still skeptical. Later that day, Emily tells her friends about her nighttime visions, but they only laugh at her and call her paranoid. Then she decides to figure out for herself what's going on. In the evening, she returns to the forest alone and begins to look for something that can explain all these oddities. Watching the cameras, John notices that blurry silhouettes appear on the recording at night, which then disappear, then reappear. He begins to realize that something is amiss, and decides to conduct his own investigation. He decides to explore the barn and the very plans of the maze. He reads the notes on the back of the drawings, which talk about a system of underground passages that are used for some purpose. He assumes that this is a trap. It also mentions the sacrifices that were held at this place in the past. John is horrified by what he is reading and realizes that his family is in grave danger. He begins to prepare for the worst. That same night, Sarah accidentally discovers in old notes a mention of an old well in the backyard that was abandoned many years ago. She thinks that maybe someone is hiding there, and asks John to check the well. John, armed with a flashlight and an old rope, goes to the well. He goes downstairs and discovers a tunnel leading under the house. Emily, in the woods, suddenly falls into a pit, which turns out to be the beginning of an underground tunnel. She realizes that she has fallen into the very maze from the blueprints, and in a panic she tries to find a way out. John, descending into the tunnel, finds a narrow passage that leads further underground. The tunnel walls are damp and cold, and the air is musty and unpleasant. He moves forward, trying to be careful, and notices that the passage branches into several tunnels. One of the tunnels leads to a small room where John finds a table, and on it are old photographs depicting people who have disappeared in the area. In the photos, he sees faces full of horror, and he even recognizes some of them as people who have disappeared in recent years, including the family that lived here before them. Suddenly, he hears a grinding noise and a soft whisper coming from one of the side tunnels. He heads there and sees figures appear out of the darkness. These are not people, but some kind of mutilated, distorted creatures that move on all fours. Their bodies are covered with wounds and scars, and their eyes are burning with hatred. John realizes that there is something in front of him that shouldn't exist. These creatures begin to move towards him, and he runs away in a panic, trying to return to the house. While John is fighting off the creatures and trying to get Sarah out of the house, he notices a strange pattern in their movements. They don't just attack, but as if they are trying to drive them to a certain place. He remembers the old blueprints and plans of the maze that he found in the barn, and realizes that they want to lure them back underground. He decides to use this knowledge against them. He lures the creatures into one of the rooms on the ground floor, and he and Sarah climb out through the window onto the roof of the house, thinking that this will give them a break. But the creatures begin to climb the walls of the house like spiders and approach them from different directions. He's running out of bullets in his pistol. He realizes that the house is no longer a safe place, and they need to escape. When Emily gets home, she realizes that she cannot enter through the front door. It is surrounded by creatures. She decides to go around the back of the house and climbs up a tree that grows near the roof. From a tree, she sees John and Sarah on the roof, and she shouts at them to get their attention. But it also attracts the attention of the creatures. John sees Emily in a tree and realizes that they are all trapped in the same place. He frantically shouts at her not to come down, but Emily is already starting to climb down to join them on the roof. When she climbs over the windowsill, she hits an old rotten cornice, and it collapses, and Emily falls to the ground. The creatures, as if on command, rush towards her like a pack of predators. John, seeing what is happening, understands that it is time for them to act decisively. He grabs Sarah and, jumping over the gap on the roof, gets to the attic, hoping to find another exit there. He realizes that the only way to save them all is to go underground again, but this time with a plan. He remembers that he found a table with old photographs in the tunnels, and he gets the idea that there might be something important there. Emily, lying on the ground, tries to fight off the creatures, but there are too many of them. Suddenly, someone else appears from the ground, grabs one of the creatures, and pulls it away from Emily. She sees that it's one of the local teenagers she used to party with. He says they're trying to protect this house from the creatures, but they don't always make it. He explains to her that these creatures are not humans, but some kind of creatures of darkness that feed on fear and pain. He shows Emily one of the tunnels that leads to the main entrance of the maze, and explains that there is a chance to save them there. In the attic, John finds old documents and letters written by the previous owners of the house. He realizes that they were conducting some kind of experiments in the dungeon, trying to create a way to enter another dimension. These creatures were, oddly enough, thereby a product, a form of distorted transition. He understands that in order to stop them, they need to block this passage from another world, which is probably located somewhere in the depths of the maze. At that moment, they hear the creatures breaking into the attic. They have no choice but to jump back to the ground, to Emily and her friend. Now there are 4 of them: John, Sarah, Emily, and a local teenager who doesn't even have a name. They descend into the tunnel, knowing what awaits them below, and that this is their last chance. A group of 4 people, John, Sarah, Emily, and an unnamed teenager, descend into the tunnel. The teenager leads them through narrow passages, and from time to time, he has to kill creatures that appear out of the darkness. He has a makeshift knife and a baton with him, but they are too few against these creatures. John tries to hold Sarah's hand. She is weak and has difficulty moving. Emily follows them, overwhelmed by fear, but she tries not to show it. The teenager explains to them that these creatures were once humans who were captured during sacrifices, and their bodies were mutilated and distorted. They're not alive, but they're not dead either. They're just shells controlled by something evil from another world. He also says that they have their own guide, a creature that looks like a huge man who is somewhere in the depths of the maze. He is the one they need to destroy in order to stop this horror. In one of the tunnels, they enter a room that looks like an old operating theater. There are human remains on metal tables, some of them still alive, but mutilated beyond recognition. Blood and pus have covered the floor, and the air is saturated with the terrible smell of rot and death. The teenager says that experiments with the human body were conducted here, and new creatures are born here. Suddenly, one of the patients on the table starts to move and slowly gets up. It's a disfigured creature with no eyes and twisted limbs. The teenager rushes at him, and in a fierce fight, with a crunch of bones, kills him, but his clothes are splattered with blood. Moving on, they reach a fork in the road. The teenager says that they need to choose the right path, otherwise they will fall into a trap. He doesn't know which way is right. He says you have to rely on your intuition. They choose one of the tunnels, and soon realize that it is a trap. The walls begin to come closer, and they are pressed down from the sides. They don't have time to turn around, and they have to climb further to avoid being crushed. The teenager shouts out to them that they need to run as fast as possible, because the walls are waking up. When they come out of this terrible tunnel, they enter a large room that looks like a slaughterhouse. Bloody hooks and chains hang on the walls, and the remains of animals and people lie on the floor. One of the hooks grabs Sarah's leg, and she falls to the floor, screaming in pain. An old wound opens in her, and blood floods the floor. John rushes to her in a panic, trying to help her. At that moment, a creature appears out of the darkness, much bigger and scarier than the ones they had seen before. This is the guide that the teenager was talking about. He is huge like a gorilla, with bare skin and sharp claws on his hands. His eyes burn with hatred, and saliva mixed with blood drips from his mouth. The teenager rushes at the guide with a baton, but he easily throws him aside. The teenager, hitting the wall, loses consciousness. The guide approaches John, preparing to strike. John, not knowing what to do, hugs Sarah, thinking that this is the end of them. But Emily suddenly grabs one of the hooks hanging on the wall and throws it at the guide. The hook hits him in the eye, and the guide emits a terrible roar. At this moment, there is a chance to escape, but the teenager is unconscious, and Sarah is injured and can barely stand on her feet. And now they have not only creatures, but also a huge guide who is hungry for blood, and they are in the very depths of this hell, a group of 4 people. John, Sarah, Emily, and an unnamed teenager descend into the tunnel. The teenager leads them through narrow passages, and from time to time, he has to kill creatures that appear out of the darkness. He has a makeshift knife and a baton with him, but they are too few against these creatures. John tries to hold Sarah's hand. She is weak and has difficulty moving. Emily follows them, overwhelmed by fear, but she tries not to show it. The teenager explains to them that these creatures were once humans who were captured during sacrifices, and their bodies were mutilated and distorted. They're not alive, but they're not dead either. They're just shells controlled by something evil from another world. He also says that they have their own guide, a creature that looks like a huge man who is somewhere in the depths of the maze. He is the one they need to destroy in order to stop this horror. In one of the tunnels, they enter a room that looks like an old operating theater. There are human remains on metal tables, some of them still alive, but mutilated beyond recognition. Blood and pus have covered the floor, and the air is saturated with the terrible smell of rot and death. The teenager says that experiments with the human body were conducted here, and new creatures are born here. Suddenly, one of the patients on the table starts to move, and slowly gets up. It's a disfigured creature with no eyes and twisted limbs. The teenager rushes at him, and in a fierce fight, with a crunch of bones, kills him, but his clothes are splattered with blood. Moving on, they reach a fork in the road. The teenager says that they need to choose the right path, otherwise they will fall into a trap. He doesn't know which way is right. He says you have to rely on your intuition. They choose one of the tunnels, and soon realize that it is a trap. The walls begin to come closer, and they are pressed down from the sides. They don't have time to turn around, and they have to climb further to avoid being crushed. The teenager shouts out to them that they need to run as fast as possible, because the walls are waking up. When they come out of this terrible tunnel, they enter a large room that looks like a slaughterhouse. Bloody hooks and chains hang on the walls, and the remains of animals and people lie on the floor. One of the hooks grabs Sarah's leg, and she falls to the floor, screaming in pain. An old wound opens in her, and blood floods the floor. John rushes to her in a panic, trying to help her. At that moment, a creature appears out of the darkness, much bigger and scarier than the ones they had seen before. This is the guide that the teenager was talking about. He is huge like a gorilla, with bare skin and sharp claws on his hands. His eyes burn with hatred, and saliva mixed with blood drips from his mouth. The teenager rushes at the guide with a baton, but he easily throws him aside. The teenager, hitting the wall, loses consciousness. The guide approaches John, preparing to strike. John, not knowing what to do, hugs Sarah, thinking that this is the end of them. But Emily suddenly grabs one of the hooks hanging on the wall and throws it at the guide. The hook hits him in the eye, and the guide emits a terrible roar. At this moment, there is a chance to escape, but the teenager is unconscious, and Sarah is injured and can barely stand on her feet. And now they have not only creatures, but also a huge guide who is hungry for blood, and they are in the very depths of this hell. After Emily injured the guide, they had a chance. John grabs Sarah, the teenager, and Emily, and they begin to run, hoping to outrun their pursuer. But the guide quickly recovers and rushes after them with a growl. They run through narrow tunnels, and the guide constantly catches up with them. In desperation, they break through one of the walls, trying to find a new path, and enter a room resembling an old mine, where old, rusty trolleys stand on rails. At the moment when the conductor overtakes them again, John pushes Sarah, Emily, and the teenager into one of the trolleys, while he stays behind to restrain the conductor. He understands that this is most likely his last fight. He fights off the conductor with all his might, using pieces of rebar and stones, but the conductor is too strong. His punches are getting more powerful, and John feels like his body can't take it anymore. The guide grabs him and throws him into the wall. John feels his bones breaking, and he is overwhelmed by pain. He understands that his time has come. Meanwhile, the trolley containing Sarah, Emily, and the teenager is rolling down the rails, deep into the mine. They scream, but no one hears them. The trolley picks up speed, and they fly into the darkness, not knowing what awaits them ahead. At some point, the trolley crashes into something, and they are thrown to the sides. A teenager is killed by a blow, and Sarah and Emily are lying on the ground, unconscious. When Emily comes to her senses, she sees that they are in a huge room that looks like a cave. Torches are burning on the walls, and a thick fog hangs in the air. She sees that Sarah is seriously injured and her condition is critical. Other creatures appear out of the fog, but they don't attack them. They begin to slowly surround Sarah and Emily, as if preparing for some kind of ritual. Emily, gathering her last strength, grabs a large stone and throws it at one of the creatures. The creatures freeze for a moment, but then approach them again. Emily understands that this is pointless. She hugs Sarah and they wait for their end. The creatures grab Sarah and carry her into the depths of the cave. Emily is left alone. She realizes that all her loved ones have died. A creature that looks like a huge man with a distorted face appears out of the fog. This is the guide that Emily injured. He walks over to her, and Emily looks him straight in the eye. There is no hatred in his eyes, but only emptiness. The guide grabs Emily and takes her to the depths of the cave, where she awaits the same fate as everyone else. He did not remember the moment when it happened. His memories were drowned in a viscous darkness, as if someone had turned off the light in the middle of the day. One moment he was standing in the middle of the road, annoyed by something insignificant. The next he was lying in a hospital bed, cut off from reality. At least his body was lying down. The mind was somewhere else. At first, it felt like a dream. He was in a place that looked too familiar to be random, but strangely twisted. The dark wooden-walled room where he spent his childhood seemed smaller than he remembered. The floors creaked with every step, even though he was standing still. The light coming through the window was cold, somehow unnatural, as if the sun was trying to reach him through a thick layer of ice. There were photographs on the table. He came closer, unconsciously. His family was there. His mother with her eternal smile, his father with his stern gaze, and his sister, who was always there for him. But something was wrong. In each photo, their faces were not looking at the camera, but directly at him. "You're finally back," a voice said. He turned around and saw her. Grandmother. The woman who passed away when he was still a teenager. She was sitting in a rocking chair, the one she used to spend her evenings in when he came to visit. Her gaze was as warm as he remembered, but something about it bothered him. "Grandmother? What is it?" he whispered. "I knew you'd come," she replied, as if his arrival here was inevitable. "You've been resisting for a long time. Where am I? Is this a dream?" He began to look around, trying to find an explanation. "Not really. This is the place between. You're here because your body doesn't decide whether to fight anymore." The words sounded heavy. He remembered the sound of brakes, the hum of impact, and the silence that followed. A few seconds later, his life split into before and after. "I have to go back," he said, although he didn't quite believe it himself. "Go back." Grandma bowed her head. Her tone changed, became more stern. "Go back to what? Do you think it's simple? You've ruined so much in your life. Do you think they'll let you just leave?" Her words had punched a hole in him. His mistakes surfaced like long-forgotten photos from an album. The face of his mother, disappointed by his refusal to come to the hospital when she was ill. The look of the sister who begged for help the day he refused to come, too busy with his career. The abandoned woman with whom he once dreamed of building a family. "I can fix it," he replied, but his voice faltered. "Fix it? Are you sure you want to return to that world?" She stood up. Her figure seemed to grow taller, and the room seemed to get smaller. The floor began to crack under his feet, and he felt himself being pulled down somewhere. Fear gripped his heart. "Stop! Stop it!" he shouted, but Grandma had disappeared. He found himself in an endless space surrounded by shadows. They weren't real creatures, rather, they resembled the silhouettes of people he had once offended or betrayed. They were moving towards him, their whispers getting louder. "You always think only of yourself," his sister's voice rang out. "You betrayed me," the voice of the woman he loved. "You came too late," it was his mother's voice. "No. Stop it," he shouted, clutching his head. He felt like he was losing himself. His mind was shattering like glass under a hammer. "Do you think you can escape?" Grandma's voice rang out again, but now it was coming from everywhere. "Show me you're ready." Shadows began to envelop him. A cold emptiness filled his chest. Everything he knew about himself seemed to be dissolving. He remembered the words of his father, who always told him that everyone has to pay for their mistakes. And suddenly, in that darkness, he saw a light. It was faint, barely noticeable, but it was there. The whispering of the shadows became quieter. He moved towards the light, overcoming fear, pain, and inner barriers. Every mistake he made seemed to be relived by him. He felt how hard it was to forgive himself, but realized that there was no other way. Suddenly, he heard the doctor's voice. He realized that he was coming back. As he stepped towards the light, the scene in front of his eyes changed so abruptly that he felt dizzy. He was no longer in the void. Instead, he found himself in the schoolyard, where he once spent his best years. The bright sun illuminated the colorful colors of the football field, but something was wrong. Everything looked too perfect, as if it was an illusion carefully constructed for him. He noticed children running around, but as he got closer, he realized that their faces were blank, like masks. They had no eyes, noses, or mouths. Just smooth skin surfaces, and yet they were laughing. The sound of their laughter echoed in his head, causing great discomfort. "Why did you come back?" a voice rang out. He turned around and saw his primary school teacher. The woman looked the same as in his memories, strict, with a low bun of hair. I do not know," he answered honestly. "You were my favorite student, but even you have not remained sinless. Remember how you framed your friend. Did you think no one noticed?" Her voice sounded accusatory. He remembered. It had been so long ago that he had almost erased it from his memory. As a child, he replaced a friend's drawing with his own in order to receive the teacher's praise. It seemed like a small thing at the time, but now it came back to me with an oppressive pain. It was just a stupid act by a child, he tried to justify himself, but the woman just shook her head. Every little thing matters. The scene changed again. Now he was in his room, but not in the real one, but in a distorted version of it. The toys he used to play with as a child seemed huge and menacing. The teddy bear that had once been his favorite was now staring at him with dead eyes. His father was standing in the corner of the room, but he was as motionless as a statue. "Father," he called, taking a step forward. "You disappointed me." His father's voice was thunderous, and every word sounded like a sentence. "You could have been better, but you chose the easy way." He fell to his knees, trying to justify himself, but the words stuck in his throat. It was hard for him to breathe, as if the air in the room had suddenly become as thick as water. Suddenly, everything went dark again, and he found himself in a completely new place. He was standing on the subway platform. It was quiet, too quiet. Empty carriages passed by, their doors opening and closing, but there was no one inside. He felt like he was being watched. "You still don't know where you are?" Grandma's voice rang out again, this time from the speakers on the platform. "No," he screamed, turning around. "What do I need to do?" "Look ahead," she said. The train pulled up, but not ordinary passengers got off it. These were the people from his life, the friends he had betrayed, the woman he had loved and left, his mother, his sister. They looked at him with disdain, as if they saw through his soul. "You don't belong here," his sister said, and the train moved on, leaving him alone. He couldn't figure out how much time had passed. It seemed that the days, hours, and minutes had disappeared into some endless vortex. Suddenly, he noticed that the space around him had changed. Where there was emptiness, now there is a house. The very house where he grew up. But it wasn't just a building from his childhood. It looked different, as if it had been pulled out of the darkest of memories. The old wooden facade, which had once been a warm amber color, now seemed gray and pitted by time. The doors creaked like the groans of a dying man, and the windows stared at him like empty eyes that knew something but didn't speak. He took a step inside, and the wooden floorboards beneath his feet hummed as if the house was against his presence. Dust hung in the air, filling my lungs with heaviness, as if everything inside was forgotten and cursed. The rooms looked both familiar and foreign. The kitchen, where he and his family used to have dinner, was covered with cobwebs. The table he sat at as a teenager was upside down, as if someone was trying to hide something important under it. There were photographs in the hallway, but the faces on them were blurred. He thought he heard a noise. Whisper. Or maybe footsteps. He turned around, but saw no one. Only the hurricane-force wind outside the house hummed, hitting the window panes. He went to his old room. The door was ajar. When he entered, he felt a chill run through his skin. There was a man sitting on the bed. His back was slouched, and his figure seemed familiar. "Grandfather?" "What is it?" he whispered, even though everything inside screamed that it couldn't be true. The old man sat quietly, his head bowed. Slowly, as if someone had given a command, Grandpa turned his head. His face looked the way he remembered it the last time before his death, wrinkled, tired, but kind. "You shouldn't have come back here," Grandpa said, his voice low but with a hint of warning. "What are you doing here?" He wanted to step closer, but something inside stopped him. Grandpa raised his hand and gently placed it on his shoulder. Her weight felt strangely heavy. At that moment, Grandpa looked into his eyes, but instead of warmth and kindness, he saw something frightening. Suddenly, Grandpa began to change. His skin began to shrink, as if it was being pulled by an invisible force. His eyes went out, and his face began to distort, turning into a creepy mask. The skin dried and cracked like wood under the scorching sun, exposing the bones. "Do you think you can fix everything?" Grandpa said, but now his voice sounded like a hollow rasp. A second later, he crumbled into dust, which instantly disappeared, leaving only a skeleton that collapsed to the floor with a thud. He jumped back, feeling his legs betray him and his body shudder. The skeleton lay in front of him, and from the empty sockets it seemed to be looking directly at him. "No, it can't be real," he said, but his voice sounded weaker than he had hoped. He jumped back, feeling his legs betray him and his body shudder. The skeleton lay in front of him, and from the empty sockets it seemed to be looking directly at him. "No, it can't be real," he said, but his voice sounded weaker than he had hoped. Suddenly, the house began to change. The floor began to cave in under his feet, and the walls began to tilt, as if the building were trying to swallow him. Water began to gush through the cracks in the ceiling, and that same hurricane burst into the room. The wind was so strong that he could barely stand on his feet. He ran back to the exit, but the door was gone. The house was no longer a safe place. He felt something invisible grabbing his arms, his legs, pulling him down. It seemed to him that he was shouting, but his own voice was drowned in the roar of the wind. Outside, he saw the tree in front of the house burst into flames, as if it had been struck by lightning. The house was no longer a refuge. He was a trap that was trying to consume him, destroy him. In a whirlwind of chaos, he suddenly found himself in another place. Everything went quiet. The air was filled with a strange silence, piercingly calm after a violent hurricane. He was standing on a hill, which he immediately recognized. It was a place where they loved to go with her. The green grass swaying in the wind, the sky strewn with thousands of stars, and the tranquility, as if the whole world stopped just for them. Her name was Emily. She was the light in his life, which he himself seems to have destroyed without even realizing it. He looked at the familiar scene, and the memories came flooding back. They were happy. They came here every Friday. She brought a basket with their favorite food, and he brought an old blanket so they could sit under the stars. Emily laughed as she watched him try to light a fire, and then teased him for doing everything wrong again. Her laughter, that clear and melodious sound, always brought a smile. One night, on one of those nights, she said, "You know, I would stay here with you forever. I don't need anything except this moment." He remembered grinning at her then, calling her a hopeless romantic fool. But her words stayed with him even after she left. Now, standing in this place, he felt something strange. A light breeze brought the scent of her perfume. He would have recognized this fragrance anywhere. He turned around and saw her. Emily. She was standing in the summer dress he remembered her in. Her hair was fluttering, and the smile on her lips was as soft as before. "Emily," he whispered, not believing his eyes. She didn't answer, just stared at him. But there was something strange in her eyes. Something's wrong. He took a step forward, but suddenly she raised her hand as if to stop him. Why didn't you come then? What is it? She asked softly, but her voice sounded like she was both near and far away. What are you talking about? Emily took a step toward him. Her movements were jerky, like a poorly controlled puppet. She raised her hand and ran it through her hair, and then pulled out a strand of them. The movement was sharp and painful, but there was no emotion on her face. She looked at him as if nothing was happening, as if it was normal. The thin strands of hair fell to the ground, and she continued to pull them out again and again, with frightening calmness. You knew that, she whispered, and there was an ominous intonation in her voice. You knew this was going to happen, but you didn't do anything. His heart sank. What are you talking about? I didn't know anything. He took another step toward her, but something held him back. Her gaze became unbearable. Her eyes no longer expressed the warmth he remembered. It was the look of a broken being, tormented by pain and resentment. I was waiting for you, but you never came. Emily came even closer. Her movements were even more abrupt now, like a broken doll. You didn't want to save me. You just let everything happen. He began to understand what she was talking about. Airplane. That damn flight. She was flying to his place to spend the weekend with him that they had been planning for so long. But he forgot. He forgot that she had warned him about her plans. He didn't even think about stopping her when he found out about the bad weather. No, it's not my fault, he said, trying to justify himself, even though he didn't believe it himself. Not your fault. What is it? She asked, and her voice sounded hoarse and ominous now. She came close, and he felt a chill spread through his body. Her face began to change. His lips were cracked, his skin was gray and wrinkled, and his eyes were empty, like two black holes. You could have stopped me, she whispered, and her tone was full of sadness. But you chose to ignore me. And now, I want you to understand what real deliverance is. She held out her hand to him. Her fingers were bony and cold like ice. He couldn't take his eyes off her, which now seemed to be pulling him towards her, dragging him into the abyss. Come with me, she said, and there was an order in her voice, not a request. Where there is no pain, where there are no mistakes, where you can fix everything. He shook his head, trying to resist, but her grip was getting stronger. No, Emily, I didn't mean to. I didn't know. Stop it, he shouted, but she just smiled, and her smile was scary, creepy. She pulled him closer, her fingers gripping his arm like iron shackles. It was so easy, she whispered, her voice sounding like an echo that came from everywhere. You just had to remember. He just had to love her. He felt his strength leaving him. Everything began to blur, to sink into darkness. At the last moment, he managed to escape from her grasp and, staggering back, fell to the ground. When he looked up, Emily was gone. Instead, there was only emptiness. But her voice continued to ring in his head, a dark reminder of what he had lost. Suddenly, the scene around them changed. Everything went dark, as if someone had turned off the light, leaving only a faint grayish twilight. The air became viscous, difficult to breathe, and it seemed to him that he was under water. He got to his feet, looking around, and suddenly saw her. Sister! She stood before him, alive, as he remembered her. Her face expressed despair and pain, and her eyes, full of tears, looked straight at him. She was holding what looked like a thin rope or chain in her hands, and her hands were shaking slightly. You have to come back, she said softly, her voice sounding like a cry through tears. None of this is real. You don't have to stay here. Do you understand? He blinked. Something in her words sounded true, but he couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't that simple. I'm trying to understand. he replied, his voice trembling. "Where am I? What is this place? Why does everything seem like this? Wrong?" The nurse took a step towards him. Her figure seemed unsteady, as if she didn't fully belong in this place. But her eyes, there was something strange about them. "You're stuck here," she whispered, her voice growing more strained. "But I can get you out. Trust me." He wanted to believe her. It was his sister, the person who always took care of him. But something was wrong. Her movements, her way of speaking, everything looked a little distorted. "Why am I here? What is it?" he asked, feeling his fear grow. "What's going on?" She took another step forward, and suddenly her face twisted slightly. For a moment, her smile grew too wide, and her eyes flashed with an unnatural light. "It doesn't matter," she said sharply. "Just take my hand and it's over." He stepped back. "You're not my sister." "What is it?" he whispered, although he wasn't sure what he was saying. She frowned, and her face changed again. It became cold and hard, and her eyes began to fill with a dark, menacing gleam. "You don't believe me? What is it?" she asked, her voice getting low and hoarse. "After all I've done for you?" A memory flashed through his mind. The nurse sitting by his hospital bed, holding his hand and begging him to come back. It was so vivid, so real. But then another image appeared in his mind. Her standing there, her figure distorted, as if she did not belong to this world. She reached for him, her fingers turning into long, bony claws, and the chain in her hands rang as if it were shackles. "You have to be real," he said, shaking his head, trying to collect his thoughts. "But why do I feel like you're trying to lure me in?" She stopped, her face softening again. Her eyes filled with tears, and she sobbed. "It's me, brother. It's me, your sister. You have to trust me, or you'll stay here forever." He took a step back, torn between doubt and fear. His whole subconscious was screaming at him not to come any closer, but at the same time, his heart was telling him that it was his sister. "If you're my sister, prove it," he said, trying to sound confident, but his voice was trembling treacherously. She stopped, her face contorted with anger, and she hissed, "You don't understand what you're saying. If you don't believe me, you'll lose everything." At that moment, his surroundings changed again. He ended up in a hospital room. Everything looked so real that for a moment he thought he had woken up. The light of the lamps, the beeping of the monitors, the faint smell of antiseptic, it was all familiar. But his sister was still here. She was standing by his bed, but something about her appearance made his heart beat faster. Her shadow on the wall moved apart from her. It was bigger than it should have been, and it seemed alive. "Just take my hand," she said, her voice soft but on the verge of a whisper. "And it will all be over." He couldn't figure out who to believe. His whole mind struggled with these contradictions. Is this my sister, or is this a trap? He stood motionless, feeling his nerves tighten like strings ready to snap with every passing moment. He saw her, his sister, or what now claimed to be her image. There was a sinister tinge in her eyes that couldn't be ignored. Nothing in her appearance resembled the person who had once been by his side, supporting him in difficult moments. He started to take a step, and immediately his legs buckled, as if they were being crushed by an unknown invisible tension. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd felt so weak. But, gathering his strength, he still stood up. His body did not obey. Every step seemed heavy to him, as if he were treading on viscous air. His mind was shrouded in a fog of fear and doubt. He was trying to figure out why everything that was happening looked so real, and at the same time so alien. Why can't he just leave, not run away? This is his sister, she must be real. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt invisible forces constricting around him, as the air itself pressed on his chest, making him suffocate. "Take her hand and everything will be over." These words were like a knife stabbing into the heart. He could probably return to this world, to this life. Everything was so close, he could have just reached out and it would have stopped everything. But something about it wasn't right. Fear drowned out reason. He knew that he was missing something important. Step by step, he slowly approached his sister. Her gaze became more and more inhuman. Her lips pressed into a thin line, and the shadow on the wall split and stretched, as if something was spreading in the dark, and it was waiting for something. His body was barely responding. He almost fell again, almost hitting the floor. And suddenly, when he was almost next to her, his body seemed to freeze. At the last moment, before his fingers almost touched hers, he felt his heart seem to stop in his chest. Her face twisted into an unnatural, terrifying smile, and her hand grew too long, fingers stretching into inhuman claws that instantly grabbed his wrist. Fear shot through him, and he tried to pull away, but her grip was incredibly strong. "You still don't get it?" she whispered, and her voice became low and inhuman, as if it belonged not to a human, but to something else that takes human form. He tried to say something, but his throat was constricted. His eyes met hers, and there was no pain or despair in them. Just cold and empty. He tried to stand up, but his legs gave way, and his sister just grinned. "You were wrong from the start," she whispered, squeezing his hand harder and harder. His body began to tremble with pain, and he felt her claws digging deeper into his skin, as if they were penetrating into his very flesh. His mind was blurring more and more with every passing second. He tried to figure out where he was, what was going on, but his thoughts were confused, as if in some kind of impenetrable darkness. Fragments of memories swarmed in his head. His laughter with his sister, her caring words, memories of the pain that pushed him on this strange path. "It's just a nightmare," a thought flashed through his mind, but it was immediately dismissed as something unimportant. This world, this moment, is all too real. Her grip wouldn't let go of him, and every time he tried to jerk, her grip only got stronger, tighter, squeezing him to the limit. He could see how her eyes were becoming more and more empty, as her face, which was originally familiar, was now filled with something alien and terrifying. And suddenly a thought popped into his head, as if it had emerged from the deepest fear. What if she was never his sister? What if he had been trapped all this time, creating a false reality for himself? He didn't remember how he got here, but his mind still clung to the remnants of self-awareness. "You're not my sister," he whispered faintly, and his voice sounded almost unnatural. Laughter, low and shrill, echoed in his ears. His sister mocked him, as if she knew he couldn't believe it. Her face suddenly changed again, acquired sinister features, and light gushed out of her eyes, bright and unbearably cold. And at that moment, when he was almost unconscious from fear and pain, she began to speak, but her words made no sense. They sounded like whispers from another world where there is no place for pain or suffering. He could see her figure blurring, becoming more and more indistinct. That strange rope or chain appeared in her hands again. It was as if she was trying to bind him to her, wrap her arms around him, never to let go. "You made a mistake," she whispered again, but her voice sounded far away. "It was all your fault. You could have chosen something else. But now you're here. You can't choose anymore." He woke up, but his consciousness seemed to be caught in an endless web of pain and heavy sleep. "I tried to breathe, but I couldn't." Everything was so hazy that he didn't understand what was going on. His eyes opened, but it took him a moment to register anything. Everything seemed to be blurred. And the feelings, they seemed unreal, like in some kind of parallel world. Tinnitus. He could hear extraneous sounds, the distant beating of a heart, the faint beeping of a monitor, someone's footsteps on the floor. He tried to move, but his body wouldn't respond. Everything was so hard, as if he was chained to the bed by invisible chains. His muscles wouldn't obey, and every attempt at movement caused deep pain. And then his gaze finally fixed on the figure next to him. He immediately recognized her. It was her. His sister. But not the one he saw in the dark world. It was a living, real woman who was sitting next to his hospital bed, holding his hand, her face distorted with worry. He wanted to say something, but his voice wouldn't work, and only a faint sound escaped his throat. His sister squeezed his hand, her eyes filled with tears. "You're back. You're here again, brother. You're okay, you're okay." He tried to nod, but all he could do was make a small moan. From somewhere deep in his memory, that terrible image surfaced, her face distorted in the dark, her voice full of menace. He remembered how she had stretched out her hand to him, how she had tried to lure him into that trap. And a feeling flared up in his heart that something was wrong, that he was still trapped somewhere with no way out. Could it be that this is still not reality? He thought. Everything was so confusing in his head that he couldn't figure out where the nightmare ended and real life began. His sister suddenly frowned and spoke to him, but her words were quiet and her voice was trembling. "You're in a coma. It's been a few weeks now. The doctors say you're out of it. Don't you remember?" His mind was shrouded in the same feeling as before, as if he was stuck somewhere between two worlds. He felt again how hard it was to breathe, how his body wouldn't obey. But suddenly he remembered those moments, that strange world, those words, that fear. He could have shouted, but instead all that came out was a quiet, barely audible question. "Where am I? Where is it?" The sister leaned closer. Her face was a few centimeters away from his, and she was looking at him with an expression as if she was hiding something. She was silent, her eyes filled with worry, but he couldn't tell if it was sympathy or something else. Suddenly, her gaze turned cold, her lips pressed into a thin line, and he noticed how her hand involuntarily squeezed his wrist. He tried to pull away, but his body wouldn't listen. His sister slowly opened her mouth to say something, and at that moment he felt her fingers on his arm becoming stiff, like metal. His heart began to race. When Sam first crossed the threshold of his dorm, he felt mixed feelings: joy at a new stage in his life and a slight anxiety due to the unusual surroundings. The building was old, with cracked walls that seemed to hold thousands of secrets from previous residents. His room was on the 4th floor, a corner room with a small window overlooking an abandoned sports field. Sam was a freshman at this university, which meant he didn't have any friends. He hoped that the neighbors on the floor would become something like a company for him, but he was surrounded by either isolated loners or strange personalities who rarely left their rooms. The first few days passed quietly, although the atmosphere of the hostel caused slight discomfort. The corridors were dark even during the day, the light from the bulbs was dim, and their faint buzzing irritated the ear. One of the neighbors, Liz, who lived at the end of the hallway, once said, "Did you hear that a student has disappeared here?" The room was later closed, but they say that... She suddenly stopped talking and left, leaving Sam perplexed. In the evening, he decided to inspect the building. The corridors seemed endless, and the stairs were uncomfortable because of the low lighting. When he reached the end of the 4th floor, he noticed a door lined with wooden planks. It looked old, as if it hadn't been opened in years. There was a sign on the door with faded letters, "Room 413. Do not enter." Sam felt a chill. Why is this room locked? What's so special about it? But he pushed his thoughts away, deciding that this was just another oddity of the old building. At night, his sleep was interrupted by a strange noise. It wasn't a loud sound, but rather an elusive creak. He got up and went to the window, but the street was empty. He figured it could just be a branch brushing against the glass. The next day, he ran into a neighbor, a guy named Josh. He looked nervous and kept glancing over his shoulder. "It's always weird here at night," Josh said when Sam tried to start a conversation. "Especially near your room." Sam froze. Why by his room? He wanted to question Josh, but Josh hurriedly left. The next night, the noise was repeated. This time it sounded louder and came from behind the wall. Sam tried to figure out what could be making the sound, but found nothing. Then he decided to contact the building's caretaker. The watchman, a man in his 50s with a hard look, answered briefly. "Stay out of this, kid. Just sleep with earplugs if the noise gets in the way." The answer was strange. Why wasn't he interested in what was going on? Meanwhile, Sam began to notice that his things in the room were changing their position. The desk pen was on the floor, and the phone charger was gone, only to end up under the bed a day later. It looked like he'd put them somewhere himself, but Sam definitely remembered that he hadn't done it. A couple of days later, he found a strange piece of paper in his room. There was a scrawled handwriting on it. "Don't open the door if you hear a knock." Sam felt his hair stand on end. He looked around the room, but there was no one there. The door was locked, the window was closed. He decided to throw the note away, thinking it was someone's joke. That night, he was awakened by a loud knock. The sound was sharp and came from his door. Sam froze, his heart pounding. He didn't move, trying not to make a sound. The knock came again, harder this time. It seemed like someone was trying their best to get his attention. Sam went to the door, but didn't open it. Instead, he looked through the peephole. There was a man on the other side. More precisely, a silhouette, because his face was hidden by a hood. Sam backed away in panic. At that moment, the knocking stopped, but there were footsteps outside the door. They walked away towards the corridor, and then everything went quiet. The next morning, Sam asked Josh if he had heard anything during the night. Josh just shook his head and said, "You have to move out, Sam. There's something wrong here, especially with the room where the door is boarded up." Sam wasn't the type to get scared easily. After that night, he decided that it could only be someone's malicious joke. Perhaps one of the neighbors decided to have fun with the newcomer. But he still had the feeling that something strange was going on in the dorm. With the coming of the next night, he decided to prepare. He installed a small camera above the door, pointing it at the hallway. The camera was old, but it was supposed to record if someone tried to scare him again. When he went to bed, the camera was already working, but his thoughts kept him awake. What if Josh is right? What if there really is something in this place that everyone prefers to keep quiet about? That night, Sam heard the noise again. This time it wasn't a knock, but a light scratching sound, as if someone was dragging something sharp against the door. He froze, listening. The noise lasted for about a minute and then disappeared. In the morning, he checked the recording from the camera. What he saw made him go cold. The hallway was quiet, no one came to his door, but the sound of scratching was clearly audible. It was impossible. Someone was clearly there, but the camera did not record it. Sam began to suspect that it wasn't the people, but the building itself. Perhaps the old building is making sounds that could be mistaken for someone's actions. He decided to explore the corridor more closely. He went back to door 413, which was boarded up. She looked even more sinister up close. There were scratches on the doorframe, as if someone had tried to open it. There was dust at the bottom of the door, but clear shoe prints could be discerned among it. Sam couldn't resist running his finger over the scratches. It felt unpleasant, as if he was touching something dead. "You shouldn't be here." A voice came from behind him. Sam turned around and saw the watchman. The man looked at him with obvious annoyance. "Do you know why this door was closed? So that no one goes where they shouldn't. This is not a playground. Go back to your room." Sam tried to protest, but the guard wouldn't listen to him. The next night, something happened that he had never expected. At 3 o'clock in the morning, he was awakened by a scream. It was a woman's voice, full of panic. He rushed out of the room and saw Liz, his roommate, standing in the middle of the hallway and shaking. "What happened?" Sam asked, running up to her. There was someone there. In my room." Liz gasped in fear. Sam looked inside her room, but saw nothing suspicious. Everything was in place. There were no signs of forced entry. "Liz, are you sure? Maybe you imagined it?" "No, I saw him," she sobbed. "He just stood there and looked at me." Sam knew Liz wasn't the type to lose her temper easily. Something really scared her. He invited her to spend the night with him so that she could recover. Liz agreed, and they returned to his room together. When they closed the door, Sam took out his phone and checked the camera. There was nothing on the recording from the hallway. "It can't be a coincidence," he said. "Liz, have you heard anything about room 413? Liz froze. Her face turned white. You mean that door?" "Yes. There's something strange there." Liz hesitated, but told him anyway. "They say a girl lived there. She was found dead in that room a few years ago. They officially said it was an accident, but there are rumors that she did it to herself." Sam felt goosebumps rise on his skin. "Are you serious?" Liz nodded. "This room has been closed since then. No one goes there." The next day, Sam decided to act. He waited for the guard to leave the floor and went to door 413. This time he was ready. He took a crowbar he found in the back room and began to carefully remove the boards. The work was noisy, but his adrenaline was overpowering the fear of being caught. When the planks fell, an ordinary door appeared in front of him. Sam turned the handle, and the door gave way. The room inside was empty. There was a thick layer of dust on the floor, and the air was heavy, as if there hadn't been fresh air in years. He went inside and looked around. Everything looked normal: an old desk, a bed, a closet. But there was a notebook on the table. Sam went over and opened it. The first page was blank, but on the second he saw the entry. "I can hear them coming. They won't leave me alone." His heart skipped a beat. Who wrote this? Sam carefully closed the notebook and looked around the room once more. She seemed completely ordinary, but the feeling of tension did not leave him. He started checking cupboards and drawers, but they were empty. The only thing that caught his attention was the strange smell. It was barely perceptible, but sharp, as if something was rotting. He followed the scent to the bed. Sam bent down and peered under it. At first glance, there was nothing there, just dust. But when he looked closer, he saw a small box. With trembling hands, he pulled her into the light. The box was old, wooden, with a worn lid. Sam opened it. There were photographs inside. The pictures showed different people, students, young and smiling. But their faces were disfigured by something. Someone had scratched them out with their nails or something sharp. In some of the photos, there were only holes instead of faces, as if they had been burned with a cigarette. Sam felt his stomach twist. Why are these photos here? Suddenly, he heard footsteps outside the door. They were slow but steady. Someone was approaching. He hurriedly put the photos back into the box and returned it to its place. Then he slipped out of the room, closing the door softly behind him. There was no one in the hallway. Sam quickly returned to his room and locked the door. "What did you find?" Liz's voice rang out, which was still with him. "Photographs," he replied shortly, still digesting what he had seen. "What kind of photos?" "People. Students. But their faces were disfigured." Liz paled. "That's crazy. Why would anyone keep such a thing?" Sam didn't say anything. He needed time to think about everything. The next day, he decided to contact Josh. He looked like he hadn't slept all night. "Have you been to that room?" Josh asked as soon as Sam mentioned 413. "Yes. I found photos there." Josh closed the door of his room and lowered his voice. "They say this place was connected to something not good. Someone used this room for their own business." "What business?" Sam interrupted him. Josh looked at him without blinking. They say there was a guy there. Student. He was filming people on camera. I took photos. He had problems with his head. No one noticed anything until one day he disappeared. They say they found him in bad condition. And after that, the room was closed. Sam felt the blood drain from his face. Do you think the photos I found belong to him? Who knows? Maybe. But it's better. Leave it alone, Sam. Trust me, you don't want to know anymore. Josh's words wouldn't leave his mind. Sam decided that he needed to find out the truth in order to end this restless cycle of suspicion. But that same evening, new events occurred in the dorm that forced him to reconsider his plan. At 3 o'clock in the morning, there was a loud knock on the door. Sam woke up abruptly. Liz, who was still staying with him, sat up in bed with a scared expression on her face. Is that a knock again? What is it? She whispered. Yes, but this time. It's too loud, Sam replied, getting up and heading for the door. He looked through the peephole, but the hallway was empty. Then he turned on the camera mounted above the door. No one came to the door on the recording. Sam felt panic building inside him. He opened the door and looked out into the hallway. At that moment, someone ran from the end of the corridor, almost soundlessly, but fast enough to disappear into the darkness. Hey, stop! Sam shouted, but no one stopped. He returned to the room, slamming the door. Who was that? Liz asked, her voice trembling. I have no idea, Sam muttered. He didn't sleep that night. Every rustle, every sound seemed suspicious to him. The next day, Sam decided to report the situation anyway. He approached the watchman, who listened gloomily to his story, but did not write anything down. Listen, kid, I've already told you. Don't get involved in this. It's an old building, it makes noises. Forget about this room, and everything will be fine. But I've seen the photos. I hear footsteps. It's not normal. The watchman just shook his head. I'll tell you this, if you keep digging, you'll only get worse. Sam wasn't going to stop. In the evening, he went back to room 413. This time, he wanted to find some more clues. But when he got to the door, he saw that it was locked again, and the boards were put back in place. Sam froze. Who could have done this? He heard footsteps behind him and turned around. A man he hadn't seen before was standing there. He was a young man, with a strong build, wearing ordinary clothes. He was looking at Sam with a slight grin. You're wondering what's in there, aren't you? Sam nodded. I advise you not to go in there. I'll just say that some things are better left alone, especially in this place. Before Sam could respond, the man turned around and walked away. Later that night, Sam heard strange noises again, this time in his room. Liz had already gone to her room, so he was alone. The sound came from under the bed. He turned on the flashlight and looked there, but there was nothing there. Then he heard a whisper, as if someone had said his name. Sam couldn't believe his ears. He turned on the flashlight, searched the whole room, looked into every corner, but found nothing. His heart was pounding in his chest, and his hands were shaking. Perhaps he was just overtired and heard something that wasn't there. He decided to leave the room to clear his head and calm down. The hallway was empty, as it always was. The lamps flickered dimly, making an unpleasant buzzing sound. Sam walked forward a bit until he noticed that Liz's door was ajar. Liz, are you here? Come on, he called. There was no response. He entered cautiously. Liz's room was in complete chaos. Things were scattered, the bed was rumpled, the window was open. Her jacket and phone were on the floor. Damn! He gasped, not knowing what to do. At this time, he heard a faint sound coming from the stairs. It was a moan or something like crying. Sam froze. He didn't want to go, but something made him go downstairs. It was cold and dark on the stairs. On one of the flights, he saw drops that looked like blood. Sam took out his phone, turned on the flashlight and followed the drops. They were leading him to a technical room on the ground floor. The door was ajar. He stopped, trying to collect his thoughts. All possible scenarios flashed through my mind, but the scariest thing was that Liz could be there. He braced himself and pushed the door open. It was damp and cold inside. The lights were barely working. He saw a figure among the pipes and old equipment. It was Liz. She was sitting on the floor, hugging her knees with her hands and rocking back and forth quietly. "Liz!" Sam shouted, running up to her. She lifted her head and he saw her face. She was covered in abrasions, her hair was matted, and her eyes were far away. What happened? Who did this? Sam tried to get an answer from her, but Liz just remained silent. Suddenly, he heard a noise behind him. Someone closed the door of the technical room. "Hey, who's there?" "Stop it," he shouted. There was no response. Sam rushed to the door and tried to open it, but it was locked from the outside. He started knocking, but no one answered. "Damn it, Liz, we have to get out of here," he said, but she still didn't react. Sam looked around for something to kick down the door with. His gaze fell on a heavy metal lever against the wall. He grabbed it and hit the lock with all his might. After a few blows, the lock gave way and the door swung open. He took Liz by the hand and dragged her upstairs, but the guard met them in the hallway. "What are you doing here?" he shouted, clearly scared. "Someone beat Liz up. Her room is all trashed," Sam blurted out. But the watchman just shook his head. "You don't really understand what's going on, kid. This place is dangerous. I told you to stay away from some places. You provoked all this yourself." "What are you talking about?" Sam was furious. "It's just a building, and then someone attacked her. We need to call the police. Do you want them to come here? Are you sure?" The watchman replied gloomily. Sam didn't understand what he was talking about. He decided not to argue and ran upstairs, dragging Liz with him. When they were in his room, Sam locked the door and tried to bring Liz to her senses. He gave her some water and asked her what was wrong, but she couldn't say anything. He called an ambulance and the police. The officers arrived and examined Liz, and she was taken to the hospital. But when it came to the investigation, things got weird. "Your dorm is not officially registered," the police said. "We can't find it in the database." "What nonsense is that? It exists. We live here." Sam was indignant. The police officers looked puzzled. "We'll check it out, but be careful for now. If something happens, call us right away." After they left, Sam was left alone. The room felt cold and alien. He decided to check again the recording from the camera that he made a few days ago. On the recording, he noticed one detail that he had missed earlier. The door of room 413, which was closed with blackboards, opened slightly as he passed by. Sam couldn't believe his eyes. The door of room 413, which he himself had seen boarded up, was slowly opening on the recording. Someone or something was inside. He leaned back in his chair, feeling his heart begin to beat faster. The cops, Liz, the watchman, it all got mixed up in his head. Why didn't anyone try to explain what was going on here? The next day, Sam decided to visit Liz again at the hospital. She looked a little better, but her gaze was still dim. "Do you remember what happened?" "What is it?" he asked, sitting down next to her bed. Liz nodded, but her lips were trembling, as if it was difficult for her to speak. "I was in the room. Someone opened the window. Then I heard the door click, even though I was locking it." She trailed off, clutching the blanket. "I didn't see his face, but he was there. I know he was there. Who? Liz, who was that? Sam insisted. She shook her head and then said softly, "You have to leave. Just get out of here." Liz, that's impossible. I have no other place. Then stay away from this room. You don't understand. She didn't finish her sentence. The nurse came into the room and asked Sam to leave. Back at the dorm, Sam began to think about everything. Room 413 was clearly connected to all of this. He remembered Josh's words, the photos in the box, and Liz's words. Sam realized that he had to find out the truth, even if it would be dangerous for him. He waited until late at night, when everyone in the dorm was asleep. The hallway was quiet, except for the hum of the lamps that accompanied his footsteps. When he reached the door of room 413, he was overcome with fear. But he steeled himself and tried to open the door. This time it wasn't filled with boards. The handle gave way, and the door creaked open. The room looked the same as last time. Dust, an old table, a bed. But this time there was a video camera in the corner of the room. Sam came closer. The camera was old, but working. There were several scratches on its body, and there was a cassette inside. He took the camera and returned to his room. Plugging it into his laptop, he started watching the recording. At first, the video didn't show anything, just a dark room. Then a man appeared. A young guy dressed in a hoodie and jeans. He was staring straight into the camera, his face contorted with anger. "Do they think they can just forget about me?" he said to the camera. "But I'll show them everything." The recording continued. The guy was pacing the room, muttering something. Then the door opened and other people entered the room. Their faces were blurred in the video, but they could be seen arguing. One of them pushed the guy, the other started screaming. Then the fight started. The camera fell to the floor, and all Sam could hear were thuds and screams. "The video is over." Sam leaned back, his hands shaking. Who is this guy? What was done to him? The next day, Sam went to Josh's place. "You knew about this, didn't you?" he threw, showing the camera. Josh sighed and looked out into the hallway to make sure no one was listening. "I told you to stay away. That's all it was, long ago. This guy, he lived in 413. He had problems with his head. I always thought he was being watched. The university tried to hush it up, but everyone knew that he had been driven." "Who drove him?" Sam insisted. "Other students. They mocked him, ruined his things. One day they came to him at night. Something went wrong. They say it was an accident. And the university just turned a blind eye to it? Of course I did. No one wants a scandal." Sam felt his stomach churn. Everything that had happened to Liz, to himself, had been the aftermath of that story. Sam decided that he needed to report this to the police. He went to the police station, took the camera and explained everything. The police didn't seem to believe him at first, but when they watched the footage, their faces became serious. "We'll investigate," one of the officers said. "But you'd better leave this place." "I'm not leaving until I know the truth," Sam replied. A few days later, Sam was called to the dean's office for an interview. There he was met by a man in an expensive suit. "We know that you handed over the video materials to the police," he said. "This can seriously damage the reputation of our university." "Are you serious?" Sam couldn't believe his ears. "Your dorm is a dangerous place. People are suffering because of what you're trying to hide." The man looked at him with a cold smile. "We will settle this, believe me. And you will receive compensation for your silence." "I'm not for sale," Sam replied, standing up. The man leaned forward and added softly, "Then you should be careful, Mr. Sam. You don't understand what you're messing with." Sam left the office, but something clicked inside him. He couldn't stay away any longer. The police investigation got to the news. The story of the guy in room 413 surfaced, and the university found itself in the middle of a scandal. Sam left the dorm, but his attempts to find out the truth changed his life forever. Every time he passes by the university building, he remembers that voice, the screams on the tape, and the empty room. The truth he was trying to uncover left more questions than answers.